I just don't have time to read it.
Good afternoon. Are we on here?
Okay.
Are we on here?
No, don't worry. If I'm mad at you, I'll tell you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to begin in about it was about time. We're going to try to get through this as expeditiously as we can.
For 2020.
For 2020. Let me know when you're ready.
Man, I'm good, man.
I understand.
It does not have a sense of humor.
I can see that.
Well, that was it. I mean, it was a smirk or something. I didn't expect that. People roll. But I thought maybe.
Okay.
I do, of course, have.
You ready? Yeah, I know how to be started. Yes.
I wasn't, so I wouldn't.
Good afternoon. This is the hearing of the Labor Committee of the Baltimore City Council. My name is Robert Kern. I'm chairman of the Labor Committee. And tonight we're hearing City Council Ordinance 16-0655. It's a bill titled Labor Employment and City Minimum Wage. I'm not going to read the recitals of the bill, and because we're trying to get through this as expeditious as we can. As I said, my name is Robert Kern. I'm from the 3rd District Chair of the Labor Committee. To my immediate left is Councilwoman Mary Pat Clark, the lead sponsor of the bill. To Councilwoman Clark's is Councilwoman Sharon Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Over at the exile table, we have the Vice President, Mr. Ed Reisinger, Councilman Pete Welch, and Councilman Eric Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. To my immediate right is Paul Nibber, staff to the Labor Committee. We're also joined by Councilman Brandon Scott and Mr. Paul Plymouth, representing Council President this time, who will be here shortly. We also have from the administration, Law Department, Hillary Rowley, Mr. Andy Smoyan, also Deputy Mayor for the Mayor, Stephanie Lawrence Blake. Are you ready for some opening comments, or you want me to read these agency reports first?
Oh, I would like to make some.
Opening comments? I'm going to recognize Councilwoman Mary Pat Clark before I read the agency reports, and I'm going to tell you how the program is going to proceed tonight. Councilwoman Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, members of the council. My co-sponsors and I do not act lightly in introducing this legislation, which incrementally raises the local minimum wage to $15 an hour by 2020. It is a carefully considered proposal in light of the urgency to close the gap of economic self-sufficiency in households throughout Baltimore City. In accord with that effort, we call upon our private sector businesses and institutions to buy and hire local so that more and more city residents will benefit from the earning power proposed and sustain their families without relying on food pantries at the end of every month. Citywide leaders have already made specific commitments in this regard, and we join them in urging all of Baltimore's businesses and institutions to do likewise. Many are here this evening, Mr. Chairman, to outline their misgivings should this legislation be enacted. We thank them for their good faith participation. To date, this has been a cordial and cooperative dialogue which acknowledges the times that we're in as calling for a major uplift for all neighborhoods and households to achieve the one Baltimore to which we all aspire. We welcome suggestions. Finally, in 1994, Baltimore City passed the first living wage legislation in the United States and lived to tell the tale. Even earlier, Baltimore enacted one of the nation's first apartheid boycotts. We have pioneered many efforts. All politics may not be local, but national changes are significantly birthed in our nation's cities, quite often here in Baltimore City. What time is better than now, in such a pivotal time for creating a more just and inclusive society in which to raise all of Baltimore's children? This is about making up for the many decades in which the federal minimum wage has frozen in place and in which our workers have not kept pace because of that. It comes to some as a jolt and a shock. We ask that all of the participants join together in helping us work it through. It is crucial to our city and to our well-being as one Baltimore, one city. It's fine to bring programs in, it's crucial, but it's more important for every household to be independent and self-sufficient through its working members. Thank you.
Thank you, Clark. I'm going to ask the council members to speak. Apparently, they can't quite hear us in the other room, so we need to project our voice into the microphones a little louder if you can. Also want to recognize two of our Democratic nominees for the City Council that have joined us here tonight. Brian Dorsey, Zeke Cohen, Christopher Burnett, and John Bullock. Good luck in your endeavors, and maybe we have a new seats in December. So I'm glad you're here tonight to get a little flavor of how we conduct hearings and how we conduct this process for this particular hearing. I'm going to read the agency reports in first, and I'm going to be concise on them too. We have from the Office of Civil Rights and Wage Enforcement. The Office of Civil Rights and Wage Enforcement appreciates the opportunity to be part of the process of ensuring employees are paid fairly and timely, and look forward to continued discussions in the City Council Bill 16-0655 to empower, educate, and enforce the rights of minimum wage workers. These reports are online if you really, folks want to read the whole report, but I'm just reading very concisely the bottom line for these agencies as a report. We have from Andrew Klein, the finance, and actually Dr. Voorhees and Bob Senemy will be joining us in a minute. So I am just they have a very detailed report. And their bottom line is we'll hear from Dr. Voorhees and Bob Senemy in a minute.
I would just like to say,
Speak the microphone loudly, please.
with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, as they know, I haven't even seen these reports
No,
yet.
I just got it myself.
I know, and so I hope that we can get through them, so when we get finished with this hearing, we'll have a chance to read them.
Well,
And I understand, and I accept apologies and the rest, but the ones that came last evening, we did read, but this afternoon was a little too late. So I hope that we can summarize. They will
Sure,
summarize.
they will
and
summarize.
We will discuss
They're
at
gonna
some
be the
work
first panel.
session. Thank
We
you.
have from the department, I'm sorry, we have the wage, is Keisha Brown here? Okay, all right, that's fine. We have from the Department of Human Resources. Department of Human Resources received the above captioned City Council bill proposing to raise the minimum wage of the city least paid workers. Additional analysis is required to gather a more complete understanding of the effects of the city raising the minimum wage. Therefore, DHR takes no position at this time. We have from the Law Department. And actually, the Law Department is the most important report that we need.
They have no opposition.
I'm going to read that right now.
Legally sufficient.
The Law Department, the bottom line for the Law Department says the City Council Bill 16-0655 is consistent with the authority of the City Council, and the Law Department approves its performance and efficiency. Hillary Rowley is going to represent the Law Department for as long as she can stay tonight, in case we have any technical questions. We have from the Mayor's Office of Employment and Development. We believe in the merits of the bill to increase city residents' standard of living, provide a means of grievance for those who have been underpaid, and support Baltimore's economy, but takes no position on the specific provisions of City Council Bill 16-0655. That's from Jason Perkins Cohen, the Director of the Mayor's Office of Employment Development. And that are the agency's report. And they're all posted online if folks wanted to read the complete report.
May I say something?
Sure, Councilwoman Clark. Speak loudly in the microphone.
Say that we haven't obviously read all the reports, but I thought that the one from the Mayor's Office of Employment Development was especially helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And positive, but helpful. And I want to thank you for that. And in fact, all the reports that I've read have been very
Right.
positive and helpful, but especially with a couple of specific recommendations that I thought were very worthy of our consideration. Thank you.
Well, obviously, the law department knows the most important one.
Well, we've worked with the law department. We've worked with the law department in many, many meetings, and they have been wonderful to work with and
To get us where we
legislative
are now.
reference. To get us to this place. When I said this was not casually entered into, we have met to resolve legal issues to the satisfaction of me as well as the satisfaction of the law department. And our Ms. Landis, our representative, who's sat with us through all these sessions, has been very, very helpful, and I want to thank her personally.
All right, here's the way we're going to proceed tonight. We have quite a few people that want to testify. We have some folks that have submitted panels ahead of time to the council lady and to myself. And there are 3-member panels, and we're going to go through the panels, the proponents and opponents, but we're going to take 3 panels of the opponents and then 3 panels of the proponents, 3 panels of the opponents, 3 panels back and forth. So we're going to hear discussions on both sides as we proceed. I'm going to ask that if members of those panels could leave after their testimony, if they so choose, because there's other people waiting to get in the building because the fire marshal has restricted the capacity. I don't know if we're quite at a capacity yet, but if you can leave, fine. If you want to stay, that's fine. But just be mindful, there's other people waiting to get in, and if you guys want to get home for dinner, let them in. So with that, I'm going to start off with the first panel of Dr. Voorhees and Bob Senemy from Finance, and Jason, what's your last name, Jason? Jason Perkins from the Mayor's Office of Employment Development. Now, we got 3 people there, so I reserved side over 1 seat, please. And the table for 3 won't fit, but we're going to start off with this panel first. Just identify yourself, speak loudly into the microphone so they can hear us in the other room, and state your case.
Sure.
Pull
Thank you,
close,
Mr.
pull close, don't be afraid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, you got to speak louder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
I don't have that list anymore. They're agencies.
no.
These are agency reports.
Right. Go ahead. You're fine.
Hi, my name is Bob Senemy, Deputy Budget Director for the city, and I'm here tonight to present the first piece of the finance response. The finance took a kind of a unique approach. We looked at 2 pieces of this. We first focused on just the pure budget impact of the
You
legislation.
got to speak louder.
I'm sorry. First, we focused on just the pure budget impact of this legislation, of the direct impact it would have on the city's finances. And then I'll turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Voorhees, who will talk more about the broader policy and economic impact on the city.
Bob, can you just grab the mic from there so you can pull it closer?
Sure. Is that better?
There,
That's much better.
there we are. There you are. Don't be afraid to yell at us.
Thank you. So, again, my name is Bob Senemy, Deputy Budget Director. We have 2 pieces of this testimony today. First, the budget impact, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Voorhees for the policy impact and economic impact on the city. So, on the budget impact side, we looked at this very closely, and we see 3 direct and costly impacts on the city's finances. And so I'll discuss each of the 3. I'll summarize each of the 3 pieces.
Yeah, summarize because we want to hear from the others. Because
Sure.
We're trying to limit the panels to 10 minutes, so.
Sure, sure. So the first impact is the impact on our city's workforce, the direct impact on our city's workforce. Many of our temporary and part-time workers earn a wage that is either at or just slightly above the current minimum wage, which is $8.25 per hour. With the legislation that's being proposed, as the minimum wage that's being proposed rises above the current minimum wage, we would have an increasing number of employees that would fall below that threshold. And so the legislation would raise the wages of our employees, which of course is good for those employees, but that is a direct cost to the city. And we estimate that by fiscal 2021, which is the 2020 in your legislation, that's our fiscal year, that we would have 1,571 employees that still fell below the $15 minimum wage, and then it would cost $5.7 million to raise them up to that minimum $15 wage. So over the,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
New
You got to use the microphone, Councilor Lee, please.
new hires, where are these 1,100 and?
Most of them are falling in our part-time or temporary workers. And what we did was we assumed for purposes of the analysis that their salaries would grow with the state minimum
Correct.
wage. But by the time we get to 2021, many of those, the number I cited, 1,571, would still fall below the $15 required wage. And so the cost to the city to raise those salaries
Would
up
be?
is $5.7 million annually, starting in 2021.
How
Okay.
many of them are there?
There would be 1,571 that would fall below that level in
That's the number.
2021. The total we have now is about 2,000 temporary part-time workers, and those are the ones that tend to be the lower
And
lower
they
wage.
tend to live in the city.
I'm not sure, probably. Yeah, I don't have that figure in front of me.
I know them.
So that's the first piece, but the second piece is really the most costly, and it's what I would call the pay compression or the ripple effect of raising the salaries of those lower workers. So our current salary scales in the city are very carefully and delicately constructed so that unskilled workers make less than higher skilled workers that make less than supervisory workers. And the way the pay structure is set up is that higher pay rewards and sometimes higher levels of certification, higher levels of experience, or just plain good work through promotional opportunities. As we raise the wages of the lowest paid workers in the city, what we're concerned about is that there will be upward pressure on wages in other employees, namely in the CUB and AFSCME unions. So in other words, we're raising the salaries of the lowest paid folks, and there will be pressure to raise those salaries above them to maintain the pay differential. And what we found when doing the analysis is that to raise the salaries in AFSCME and CUB to maintain the salary differential that we have today, to account for that bump at the bottom, would cost the city an additional $57 million by fiscal 2021. To put that in perspective, $57 million would be the equivalent of about 876 full-time employees, which is over 6% of the city's workforce. So the cost that we'd be adding to the city's budget potentially is very high. So
Bob,
that's
you got about half a minute because I need to move on.
Sure. Yeah, one more piece on the Youth Works. So the final piece of our analysis on the Youth Works, of course, the legislation sets the wage at 85% of the city's minimum wage. And what we did the same analysis to look at Youth Works and see the impact. By fiscal 2021, the Youth Works minimum wage would be $2.25 higher than what it would have been without the legislation. So it would bump them up. And what that means is that the program becomes more costly for the city to deliver those, to have that program. And we estimated that we would need to raise an additional $2.4 million just to maintain the slots that we have today. Last year we offered, I believe, 8,000 slots. I'm looking for MOED, about 8,000 slots last summer. So we would need $2.4 million just to maintain that. If we did not raise that money or have that money, the unfortunate unintended consequence is we might have to lower the number of slots available for kids in that program.
All right, Robert, can you pass it on to
Sure
Dr.
thing.
Voorhees?
Sure thing. Thank you.
Because I got a timer here right in front of me. Speak loudly, doctor.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Dr. Voorhees, and I'm here to report on the economic impact. There's a saying in economics that there's no such thing as a free lunch, and while raising the minimum wage may be beneficial to some, it will also be detrimental to others. So one of the first things on the chart that you have in front of you, number 2 shows the percentage increase, and the far right-hand corner shows the percentage increase over the state minimum wage.
That's in your report, right?
In the report, yes.
Well, obviously, we just got
Oh.
it, so the members don't have a copy of that just yet. So you can that to us.
I have,
You got, I know, but the other, that's a copy from the file.
I think I had.
Yeah.
No, that's a copy from the file. I'm going to pass these out, but doctor,
Okay.
we can read this. Just get to the bottom line of what you want to
Right.
know.
So the point I'm trying to get at is the far right-hand corner, which is the city increase above the state. In the last 2 years, in 2019 and 2020, and 2020 is 48% above the state minimum wage. That's a critical point to keep in mind. Number 3 is when you raise the minimum wage, you will lose employment. And that's pretty universally acknowledged in the economic literature. The people who lose jobs are youth, young adults, and low-skilled workers. Again, there's some references and sites in the article that you can go to find more information. Number 4 shows the skill levels using educational attainment as a proxy for Baltimore City, Anne Arundel, Baltimore County, and US, and you will see that the skill levels in Baltimore City are lower than those peer groups. Number 5, we look at disemployment. And we use 3 different elasticities, which is what economists use to determine the relationship between an increase in minimum wage and a decrease in employment. The negative 0.2 elasticity is the most common one found in the literature. We see ranges typically between -1 and -0.3, -0.1 and -0.3, but we've put numbers down for all those. And the first table in 3A shows the disemployment from the state's increase in the minimum wage, and that's primarily in 2017 and 2018. And that comes up to we're guessing it's going to be about 1,000 people. Table 3B shows the city disemployment from the increase in minimum wage, and using the -0.2 elasticity, it comes out to about 6,200 people. And then in table 3C is the sum of those, and that comes out to about 7,300 persons.
Dr. Voorhees, is that
yeah.
part of the finance department report, what you're reading from?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes. Number 6 in the report, on the second section of the report, we've estimated the unemployment rates using the March numbers for employment and labor force, and currently we have a 7.1% unemployment rate. And we've compared, table 4 shows the comparisons between the Anne Arundel and Baltimore County. Baltimore City is currently 7.1, Baltimore County 5, Howard is 3.4, Maryland is 4.8. So 5% is generally considered full employment.
Dr. Voorhees,
Yes.
I didn't hit to cut you off because you know we've got a lot of
Right.
folks and we're already capacity. The fire
Okay.
marshal cut
If-
us off.
If I have one more
I'm
minute.
going to ask you, because we're going to have work sessions, obviously, and obviously we're going to give the council members some time to digest what your report says. So we're going to give them some time. I'm going to make the move on to Jason because you'll be part of the work sessions. Finance will be.
Okay.
I haven't announced a date yet. So I'm going to, before Jason, I hate to cut you off, but the panel's almost up time-wise.
I have one other.
All right, one other. Go ahead, Dr. Voorhees.
Table 5, you'll see our projected unemployment rate, and it's currently 7.1% for the city. All things held constant, we think that the minimum is going to be 8.2, and the maximum is 10.1. Combined with the state minimum wage, we could be up to 10.6 additional unemployment. Now, that does not take in consideration employment growth over that period of time.
Okay.
That's just a static number.
All right, Jason.
Can I ask a question?
Again, for the record, my name is Jason Perkins Cohen. I'm the Director of the Mayor's Office of Employment Development.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I will be very brief, make 3 points, one of which has already been made. The first is, I totally respect the intent of this bill. As the Office of Employment Development, we see residents every day, 20,000 residents coming into one of our centers who are looking for work. We hear back from them, we help them get jobs, but many of them are still struggling, so I very much respect the intent of this bill. There are just two issues. The first is just wanting to, and maybe the analysis has already been done, but when a city, and other cities have passed a wage at this level before, when a city has a wage of, in this case, $15, and the surrounding area has 10, to what extent should we be concerned that residents outside of the city will come into the city for those jobs because it's a much higher wage, which would actually push city workers out of jobs, maybe forcing them into the county? You know, I would want to know if that study has been done, and would be interested to see it. That's just one issue. The second issue that Bob mentioned is around Youth Works. Again, it's our summer employment program, 8,000 youth. The majority of, or approximately half of them, are 14 and 15 years old. I don't want to speak to the intent of the bill, but I don't know that that was really the intent for the, you know, they're typically not raising families themselves at that point. And so I would hate to see a good summer employment program. And it's not just Youth Works. There are other employment programs out there that would unintentionally reduce employment for teens.
Oh, Jason, you will be part of the work session too, please, when we announce it. Yeah. You gotta use the microphone. They can hear you.
Recommendation that we need to look at.
All right, Councilman Costello, a quick question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sentiment, is the $57 million that you referenced, is that cumulative or annually starting in 2021? And I see it in the chart.
Yeah, that's the annual cost in fiscal 21.
Thank you.
All right. Also, fail to recognize that we're joined by the Council President. I know that he was here and will return. Council President Jack Young. We got Councilman Brandon Scott is here today from the 2nd District. Councilman Carl Stokes from the 12th District, and Councilman Branch from the 13th District. Warren Branch has joined us. Time is up, so now we're going to move. One final question that I got for the finance. Is finance taking a negative report on this? Opposed? Because it didn't say it, the bottom line. Doesn't say
It didn't say it. We had just taken the approach of trying to provide all the data on all the numbers.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
In the work sessions, we'll talk. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on. Is Don Fry and Kirby Fowler here? Don Fry, come on up. Kirby, come on up.
What are you doing?
Three. That's one, that's two, then we're going to go to you.
Okay. Are those all the agencies?
Yes. Welcome to DuBurns Chambers. Gentlemen, put the microphone close to you and yell at me.
Thank you, Mr.
Yell at
Chairman.
me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Don Fry, President and CEO of the Greater Baltimore Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you this evening about this pending legislation. A detailed written testimony from the Greater Baltimore Committee has been submitted to you in advance. There's no question that the intention of the sponsors and the supporters of this legislation is well intended. It is certainly to improve the economic position of Baltimore City residents. But the Greater Baltimore Committee and the business community in general has serious concerns and reservations about the fact that this legislation would be counterproductive to the city's business competitiveness and also bring about many unintended consequences. We've always maintained that, first of all, minimum wage should be addressed at the federal level, but we recognize that the federal government has certainly been stymied and stalemated over time, and they failed to move forward. So the state, a couple of years ago, did increase the minimum wage to $10.10 an hour. Businesses are still adjusting to that change, and so we don't know exactly what the impact is going to be on jobs or business stability moving forward once that's fully implemented. Until the state's increase is fully implemented and we can see what that impact is, we would suggest that it's premature for the city to move forward beyond that state minimum wage level. In theory, increasing the minimum wage sounds good, but in practice, what it's going to result is increased cost of doing business in Baltimore City. Businesses are already competing against our surrounding jurisdictions because other jurisdictions have a lower cost of doing business, things of that nature. So business is going to have to either increase the cost of its goods and services, reduce the size of its workforce, increase automation, or possibly reduce some benefits that exist. It's not a threat, that's just a reality of how business operations work. Also, we would argue that some of the concern we would have is the fact that Baltimore City would become an island among itself in this central Maryland region. You're going to find that other jurisdictions around this area are not going to increase the minimum wage. There's not an appetite to do so. So Baltimore City and the businesses there would have to compete against other businesses in those jurisdictions who already enjoy a lower cost of doing business, also lower taxes as they move forward. We think that you're also going to see an item that I think that you just heard Jason Perkins Cohen reference, and that is increased competition from similarly situated workers. If Baltimore County worker who's being paid minimum wage realizes that they can come to Baltimore City and get $15 an hour, there's no reason they're not going to drive across the city-county line to take that job. And in doing so, you're depriving a Baltimore City worker potentially of that job, plus the money that that person makes goes back to Baltimore County or to the other jurisdiction, and they receive the benefit of the piggyback taxes that are received from that employee. So without the absence of other jurisdictions doing it, it puts Baltimore City businesses and Baltimore City as a whole at a competitive disadvantage. We acknowledge that other cities have done so, but our ecosystem, our workforce, and even our cost of living is much different from those jurisdictions. We love to join with you and work with you to find ways to grow our economy and also to improve the skills of our workforce. Quite honestly, we don't think that this strategy is one that would work. We simply don't think it's the right time or the right place for this legislation.
Thank you,
Mr.
Kirby.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Kirby Fowler, President of the Downtown Partnership of Baltimore. Downtown Partnership appreciates the goal of increasing the wages of hourly employees, and we support a statewide increase in the minimum wage. We have tremendous concern, however, that unilateral action by Baltimore City to increase the minimum wage will be detrimental to the city and its residents, since we will be surrounded by counties with a substantial lower minimum wage. For the last 2 decades, the partnership has worked closely with the City of Baltimore to attract and retain retailers. It has been an uphill battle. National stores still have to be convinced that Baltimore is a viable retail location. Even tremendous locations 1 block off the Inner Harbor struggle to find tenants. Though it is improving, our retail is minuscule compared to most other cities. Retail is essential to a city's identity and survival. Residents need the jobs that come along with retail, but they also deserve nearby stores that sell basic goods like towels, fans, and cereal. They deserve to live near grocery stores and not in food deserts. Residents shouldn't have to drive or take transit out of the city in order to buy common retail products. But that is the case today for many residents of Baltimore City. And if residents can't get to retail easily, they won't move here, and the city will lose out on much-needed tax dollars. A $15 minimum wage will hurt our collective efforts to attract retail employers to the city, along with many entry-level jobs. And the impact isn't just limited to retail. When a retailer or restaurant or hotel is planning to relocate to the region, why would they choose a jurisdiction where the cost of labor would be so much higher? They will logically determine that Baltimore City residents will have no choice but to cross the county line to patronize their establishments. Today, 54% of employed city residents work outside the city, and that's not something to brag about. For many of them, it takes 60 to 90 minutes each way to get to their jobs. Imagine how much better their lives would be if there were more entry-level jobs in the city. Imagine how much more time they could spend with their families or to learn new skills for better jobs in the future. This legislation before you today, although noble in purpose, is a gift to our surrounding counties. The right answer for the good of the city is to seek statewide action to increase the minimum wage. Unilateral action will harm our residents and our city. For these reasons, the Downtown Partnership respectfully opposes Council Bill 16065.
Do you have that testimony submitted to the committee?
Yes, I've got 25 copies I could leave behind.
Okay,
Yes.
make sure we have that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Don and Kirby.
Thank you.
And the last panel of the first round of the opponents is Keisha Brown. Keisha Brown, you can. Well, yeah, but they wanted to come together. And Carl, come on up, and you're going to be the last time. We're going to go to the proponents. Good. Just identify yourselves and your agency that you represent. You got to pull the microphone out and speak loudly. Yell at me.
Got it. Good evening. My name is Keisha Brown. I'm Director of the Office of Civil Rights and Wage Enforcement, which houses the Wage Commission. I know that everyone, 99% of the people here are here about the rate itself. I am here speaking on behalf of the Wage Commission, which is actually a bulk of the bill is directed at the Wage Commission. As you know, the Wage Commission enforces the minimum living and prevailing wage laws of the city. Currently, the minimum wage is tied to the federal rate, and so that is what the Wage Commission can enforce. But in addition to that, we enforce the rates for the prevailing and living wage. So there's a substantial amount of changes to the composition, authority, and scope of the Wage Commission in this bill. It's probably the most in-depth reform to the commission in years. And so there are some concerns about some ambiguity in the language and a number of unfunded mandates that are included. And so we support making sure that Baltimoreans are paid for a day's work, and our job is to ensure that our city experiences economic growth and prosperity by making sure that employees are paid fairly and timely. And so we look forward to continued discussions of City Council Bill 16-0655 to empower, educate, and enforce the rights
We'll make
of
sure
Baltimore minimum wage workers.
The Office of Civil Rights and Wage Enforcement will be part of the work sessions.
Carl Bradley, Director with Baltimore Development Corporation. For brevity, I will not repeat the premises that have already been made, but we'll just make the three major points that summarize our submission. First of all, the minimum wage in isolation done in Baltimore City, we agree, will increase competition for jobs in Baltimore City, and that currently the residents here take up about 40% of those jobs in Baltimore City. We would not gain as much going forward. So the actual folks that we're trying to assist with this bill may actually see some detriment to this, and that's not something that we want to see, but that may be the actual case. The second one is that we did a survey of the businesses in Baltimore City, although limited, and if they wanted the wage or not, all of them expressed concerns that they would have increased costs, there'd be some pressure on their operations, some would have to close, some would have to move, but definitely all would be impacted, and not necessarily positively. But that would take some time. In the short run, 3 to 5 years of this particular bill, we'll see increasing pressure on those businesses because they compete directly with businesses right across the border in some cases in Baltimore County. And right now, after recovering from the recession, recovering from last year, those businesses are seeing they have great concerns that they have another regulatory pressure on them right now, and we'll look for some relief and some delay in that pressure.
One question from Councilwoman Clark.
Yes, ma'am.
Use a microphone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I read your report. I believe that you do not have a position on the bill, correct?
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. We're going to go to the panel of David Cooper, Jack Meyer, and I'm going to bludgeon this name. I hate to say this. Denise Gabriel Lassie. Is she here? Is she in the other room?
No. Oh, she might be in the other room.
Jack Meyer, come on up. David Cooper. And when you get to speak, I'm going to ask you to pronounce your name properly for me. Welcome to City Council to Burns Chambers. And when you speak to the microphone, pull it out of the stand and hold it to your mic, to your mouth, and speak loudly. Yell at me, because they can't hear us in the other room. And that's my timer going off, but go ahead. Thank you. Whoever wants to start, pull the microphone out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name's Jack Meyer. I'm a labor economist. I'm with Health Management Associates. The first point I want to make is that the debate over raising the minimum wage is much too narrow. What we hear again and again is just about adverse employment effects. I'm going to suggest to you that they're very small, not zero, but some studies have shown zero. But we have to look at increased earnings. So yes, there may be some layoffs, but let's look at increased earnings and what that does. Let me give you an example. A Congressional Budget Office study found that there was a 0.3% decline in employment as a result of a projected minimum wage increase to $10.10 from $7.25. They also found, however, that earnings would increase for 16.5 million Americans. And the amount of that earnings increase, this is nationally, would be $31 billion. And when workers, poor and near poor and moderate income workers, get $31 billion in new earnings, they spend most of it, particularly low income people. They don't have a chance to save much. And furthermore, there's a multiplier effect through the economy. When they begin to spend most of those higher earnings, they spend it on local businesses who get higher revenues. Now, let me just mention one other study very briefly. A very good study was done recently by 3 labor economists who looked at matched pairs up and down state borders, where one state had raised the minimum wage, the other state didn't, and they matched counties all up and down, like picture Illinois and Missouri, all up and down. And they did that all over the country. So they had hundreds of observations of places where one county raised and another county didn't. And guess what they found? No adverse employment effect. So, and there are other studies, I don't want to take your time on those. Some have found small adverse employment effects, but they generally have found that the benefits greatly outweighed the costs. And what they found, and what I've found in my experience, is that people who get an increase of this sort, long overdue, are able to pay the rent, which is very high in Baltimore, as I understand, without giving up food in the last week of the month, or put some food on the table and also be able to pay for daycare. These are real problems that low-income people face. And I want to close, because I know time is short, by mentioning that, look, I ran 2 small businesses. I know what it's like. We do need to protect small business in this city. Large businesses are going to be able to absorb these increases for their lowest income workers. In fact, I work in healthcare for the state of Maryland. I mean, running stakeholder meeting groups for their all-payer model, which is a very advanced model. And we hear from hospitals and nursing homes and skilled nursing facilities and so on. Their biggest problem in healthcare is not worrying about laying off workers, but attracting workers in a field that is growing. So, and my last point is that even though the evidence from several cities like around the country that have raised minimum wages recently, like Congresswoman Clark's proposal, shows that jobs are not being lost, nevertheless, I have to admit that the scale of these increases is such, it's larger when you accumulate the 4 or 5 year increases than the kind of things we've seen. That doesn't mean don't do it. I think you should do it, but build in some evaluation of these effects. See if there are these adverse effects. I don't think there will be, but if there are, through solid evaluation, you could pause it for a year or so. That would be good caution. Thank you for letting me testify here today.
David? I can pronounce that name.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the council.
Mention where you represent or who you represent.
Sure. So my name is David Cooper. I'm the Senior Economic Analyst at the Economic Policy Institute, a nonpartisan nonprofit research organization in Washington, D.C. Last month, my organization released an analysis of the workers that would be affected by establishing a Baltimore minimum wage of $15 by 2020. I'm not going to go into great detail on that because we don't have time, but we estimate that going to 15 by 2020 in Baltimore would raise the wages of approximately 98,000 workers here in the city. Very briefly, those workers are almost entirely adults. The majority are women. More than 2/3 are workers of color, and the majority are city residents. Now, again, in the interest of time, I'm going to go straight to the question of the employment effects. A minimum wage of $15 in 2020 for the city of Baltimore would be 48.5% higher than the 1010 Maryland state minimum wage scheduled to go into effect under current law. Given this difference, it's reasonable to question how this would affect employment and business growth in the city. The effect of raising the minimum wage on employment is probably the most studied topic in labor economics. And while there is still a very small debate over the significance of possible small effects, primarily on teens, the overwhelming consensus is that moderate increases in minimum wages have had little to no effect on overall employment levels. In fact, this was the consensus of over 600 PhD economists, including 8 winners of the Nobel Prize, who sent a letter to Congress in 2014 asserting that fact. The proposed increase for Baltimore is larger than what has been typical in recent years, but it would not be unprecedented. A useful comparison is Santa Fe, New Mexico. In 2004, the city of Santa Fe enacted a city minimum wage that was 65% higher than the New Mexico minimum wage, and they did it all in 1 year, one step. Researchers at the Bureau of Business and Economic Research at the University of New Mexico published an analysis of the effects of the wage hike in 2006. They concluded that, quote, the ordinance had no discernible effect on employment levels, no discernible impact on employment per firm, and Santa Fe actually did better than Albuquerque in terms of employment changes. Overall employment levels have been unaffected by the ordinance. Furthermore, in 2011, researchers at the Center for Economic and Policy Research published a study on the Santa Fe minimum wage using a different data source, looking specifically for effects on employment that might manifest several years after the increase. Or they looked for differences in effects for businesses of different sizes. As with the 2006 study, they concluded, quote, the results support the view that the citywide minimum wages can raise the earnings of low-wage workers without a discernible impact on their employment. Moreover, the lack of an employment response held for 3 full years after the implementation of the measures. The experience of smaller establishments in Santa Fe suggests that small establishments do not respond to minimum wages differently than larger firms. They did not experience systematic changes in employment.
David, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up so I can get to the young lady to your right.
Sure. So I just want to very briefly say, do we think that the experience of Baltimore would be any different from these previous cities that have established higher minimum wages? In all the research on cities that have enacted higher minimum wages, there's little evidence of businesses moving or locating outside of the city. The industries that would be most affected by this proposal are retail, accommodation and food service, education, hospitals, ambulatory care, office support, and residential and child care. These are not mobile industries like manufacturing that might have greater ability to move. In these industries, the primary advantage is proximity to customers. That is why in choosing to locate in Baltimore, businesses have already made the calculation that being inside the city is worth paying higher rents, which tend to be a much higher portion of overall operating costs than labor costs.
Thank you, David. And please pronounce your name so I'll do it right next time.
My name is Sideh Gebrselassie, and I'm a senior staff attorney at the National Employment Law Project.
Okay.
We're a nonprofit legal organization based in New York that works on a wide range of workforce issues, and we've worked with most of the cities that in the last decade have adopted higher local minimum wages. In my very, very limited time, I'm just going to give just brief context for why cities are doing this, because I know, seems strange to some people that cities are now stepping in to raise the minimum wage, but we are in a situation where just over the last few years, we've had dozens of cities and counties across the country raise the minimum wage, most recently DC last week. Why is this happening? The federal minimum wage is stuck at $7.25 an hour. It's been there since 2009. States are kind of stepping into the void, but at $10.10 an hour, Maryland's minimum wage is just going to be $20,000 a year. That is not enough, especially in high-cost areas like Baltimore, which is why cities, and especially high-cost cities, are now stepping in where they can to raise the minimum wage, especially since, as David noted, the vast majority of people benefiting are adults. Many of them have seen their wages stagnate or decline over the last 40 years, and raising the minimum wage is one of the few things that we can do to raise pay more broadly across our low-wage workforce, where more and more Americans are going to be spending their careers in. So this is not just a well-intentioned bill, although it is that too. It doesn't just sound good, although it does that too. It's actually good for the city's economy. I want to address just a couple points that were made in the previous panel. First, on the issue of counties, if there truly was a differential, and if it was truly the case that workers outside the county would be coming into the city to look for jobs if there was a minimum wage increase, then you would expect that employers in those outside counties would then raise their wages because they would have to recruit and retain those same workers that are coming to the city. And we've seen actually cities that have raised their minimum wages have been closely followed by counties that have done the same thing because they realize that they have to do a regional wage increase. So when Washington, D.C. first raised its minimum wage to $11.50, Montgomery County and Prince George's followed suit. When Santa Fe and Albuquerque, the cities, raised their minimum wages in the early 2000s, the counties closely followed suit, and then the state did. Same thing in California, and now we have a $15 an hour California state minimum wage. The state is not going to act unless cities like Baltimore take the lead on this.
Okay. Just some of my research by my highly regarded staff that the Los Angeles did it, then Los Angeles County did it, then California did it.
That's right.
So I got that. Thank you. And I just want to mention to folks that there are about 50 or 75 people still outside trying to get in. If you could vacate so others can come in, fine. Thank you. We have the next panel is Scott Nash. Scott Nash, Molly Tierney, and Tierney. Tierney, Molly, you here? Or maybe in the other room? Ricara Jones. If any of those three folks are here. Are you Scott? Okay. Is Molly in the other room? No, Molly. How about Ricara Jones? With that, then it's on you right now. Come on in. There may be another one here. That's Miss Jones. Come on in. Thank you. All right, Scott. Use the microphone, but pull it out. Pull it out of the holder and hold it close. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Scott Nash. I'm the founder and CEO of a grocery chain called Mom's Organic Market. We just opened a location in April in the Hamden neighborhood. We have one in Timonium. And
hold it closer to you. You got to yell at me. Yell at me.
Okay. So I'm
Yell
the
like
owner,
you're mad at me.
I'm the owner of Mom's Organic Market, the founder. With an investment of $100, I started Mom's in 1987 out of my mother's garage here in Maryland. We currently have 15 locations in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Pennsylvania. By the end of this year, as we expand into New Jersey and elsewhere, we will have 18 stores and more than 1,000 employees. We support raising the Baltimore minimum wage to $15 by 2020. In 1980, just as I turned 15, I took my first part-time job. I ran the fry station at Burger King for $3.10 an hour. That's actually more than today's minimum wage adjusted for the cost of living. I was surrounded by full-time adult coworkers, some with children, and they relied on their paychecks to survive. Most of my coworkers had good attitudes, even though every day of their lives were permeated with struggle and stress. A minimum wage that is too low puts millions of people between a rock and a hard place.
Scott, can I ask you to hold up 1 second? I know some council members have to go to the budget at 6 o'clock. I'll just let you know that it's getting close to that time and they can return. Go ahead, Scott.
Sure. Over the years, we at Moms have gradually increased our hourly minimum wage from $8 to $12. I'm happy to report that after multiple raises to 9, 10, 11, and now 12, Moms is the most profitable we've ever been. A good business man knows that their most important asset is their employees. At Moms, we consider paying a higher wage not a burden, but rather a high return strategic investment. Our workforce is more productive, engaged, and dedicated. They are happier, have less stress in their overall lives, and feel appreciated and secure. With this higher employee morale and strengthening of our corporate culture, our retention rates have skyrocketed over the years, which has driven down our training and hiring costs. Studies show that the costs of hiring and training are substantial, thousands of dollars per employee. An employee generally doesn't operate at full efficiency until he or she has been working for at least 5 months. Longer-term employees also offer more expertise and better customer service, which helps increase revenues. Customers love shopping at places with engaged employees. Raising the minimum wage is good for the economy. I can't hire anyone unless people buy our products. People like me start companies to fulfill the needs and desires of consumers. These needs and desires are not created by entrepreneurs, rather they are fulfilled by entrepreneurs. When workers' purses and wallets have more money in them, they spend more. Increased consumer spending means more entrepreneurs start companies. The economy grows and more wealth is created at all levels. One of the best quotes I've heard on job creation, and I don't consider myself a job creator, I consider myself a job receiver or catcher, is for a CEO to take credit for job creation is like a squirrel taking credit for evolution. Contrary to what some CEOs claim, raising the minimum wage will actually create jobs, not cut them. The economy grows from the bottom up, not from trickling down.
Thank you, Scott. And Ms. Jones.
Good evening. I'm Ricara Jones with 1199 SEIU and the Fight for 15 Baltimore Coalition, which is comprised of faith, labor, and community organizations and small business owners across the city who support raising wages for 100,000 workers in our city. Since the introduction of this bill, we've been growing this coalition. We've been talking to folks, and we've been hearing many stories that you're going to hear from folks today. And with the sheer number of people that are in the overflow room and people standing outside, we know people care about this and they support this issue. We have discovered some disturbing trends within Baltimore's workforce. Many full-time workers are relying on public assistance just to survive. They're living in shelters. They're getting food stamps because their employer is paying poverty wages. No one should be working full-time and be on public assistance. A person getting up and going to work every day shouldn't have to make the choice between buying groceries and paying their rent. You're going to hear from workers who are barely surviving from check to check. But on the other hand, you're going to hear from business owners who would rather send their workers to the city and to the state for public assistance instead of paying wages that they can actually support their families on. Business owners are going to say they can't keep their doors open if we raise wages. We're going to move out of the city. But we've heard these same lines at every minimum wage hearing in every city across this country, and the evidence just doesn't support it. A little over a week ago, the District of Columbia passed a bill to raise the minimum wage to $15 by 2020. They heard all the same opposition testimony that you're going to hear today, but they voted in the best interest of their city. So let's not allow a few businesses that are here today to outweigh the majority of the businesses across this city. We have business owners here that are going to testify in support, just like this owner of Moms did, that they know it makes good economic sense to pay workers more. We know this isn't all about spreadsheets and bookkeeping. It's about economic inequality. We can't continue to leverage this city's future on the backs of our workers. Housing costs are going up. BG&E got a rate increase. Why can't our workers get an increase? We say we truly care about the residents of Baltimore, but we can't if we don't care about the economic inequality, particularly in our communities of color. This bill is just one step in the right direction, and it's not about giving people things they don't deserve. Minimum wage workers are folks who have graduated from college. They're parents, they're adults, they're taxpayers, and they deserve a fair wage. We can't keep wages in our city low from fear that folks from the county are going to come steal our good jobs. That makes no sense. In Baltimore, we have a unique moment in history. The next time we make national news, it won't be images of violence and fires burning. It could be the folks in this room saying that we passed wages for the people that need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panel is Adam Schneider, the Reverend David Carl Olson, and Matt Quinlan. Any of those three folks here? Adam Schneider, Reverend David Carl Olson, and Matt Quinlan. They may be across the hall, or they may be outside still waiting in line. There's still in line about 50, 75 people. All right. There's somebody. There he is. There you are. Adam, come on in.
Here's Reverend.
Reverend Olson, come on in. And is Matt? Nobody saw Matt? All right. Use the microphone, but please pull it out. Pull it out of the holder there, and pull the microphone out.
I can do that.
And yell at me.
I will try. Good afternoon. I'm Reverend David Carl Olson. I'm the senior minister of First Unitarian Church of Baltimore, and I'm a resident of Baltimore City. Years ago, when I was in seminary, my preaching professor told me that when I step into the pulpit, I need to be audacious. Audacious to speak on behalf of the moral, ethical, and spiritual demands that religion makes on us as a people, called to create what Dr. King called beloved community. Audacious is what my professor demanded. I think what's audacious today is that powerful interests in this city are lobbying against the $15 minimum wage. Audacious that big hotels, big box retailers, national chain restaurants, and even great hospitals and universities are spending money on lobbyists to tell us what we know cannot be true, that paying the lowest paid workers in this city $15 an hour would be bad for this city. Audacious. I wonder, is it audacious to demand that working people be compensated for their time, their skill, their hard labor? Is it audacious to earn just a little more money so that we might support our families? Is it audacious to imagine a Baltimore where all of us, including the working poor, might know economic security in stable communities? Audacious? I think not. It is just what is right. When the $15 an hour minimum wage is passed in the city of Baltimore, none of the people employed at First Unitarian Church will receive a raise due to the law, because $15 an hour is already our minimum wage for nearly 10 years now. We are doing our part to build the beloved community I preach about. Will the Baltimore City Council do its part as well? Go on. Do it. Be audacious.
Thank you, Reverend. Adam?
Adam Schneider with Healthcare for the Homeless, wishing that I had spoken before the Reverend. Healthcare for the Homeless is a service provider to some of our poorest neighbors, many of whom are working and are working jobs that simply pay too much to afford housing in Baltimore, where for an efficiency unit, working a full-time job, you need to earn $16.37 an hour for an efficiency unit. That means that the lowest paid workers in Baltimore City have to have 2 full-time minimum wage jobs to be able to afford a unit with not a single bedroom. We know that if wages had kept up with productivity, then the minimum wage would be closer to $25 an hour, which is the cost of a 2-bedroom unit in Baltimore City. Homelessness is fundamentally a symptom of poverty. And in the United States, in Baltimore, in Maryland, it is a symptom of inequality, not a symptom of scarcity. We have money, and we know that there's money because we have multinational corporations that make more and more money, and the workers still struggle with less and less. Back during the Clinton administration, 45% of all of the new wealth went to the top 1%. During the Bush administration, it was 65%. In the Obama administration, it's been 95%. 95% of all of the new wealth created has gone to the top 1%, and that's unacceptable, and we can do something about it. We can ensure that the lowest paid workers get a raise in Baltimore. Healthcare for the Homeless not only is a service provider, but also an employer that adopted a housing wage policy back 15 years ago. And we got the similar doomsday advice that you all are getting now. We were told that we would go out of business, that we wouldn't be able to retain higher paid staff, that we would have to decrease the services that we provided, but that was false. And it's still false today. We invested in employees, we enacted policies to prevent homelessness among our employees, and we increased retention, we increased morale, we increased the quality of services that we provide, because people don't have to leave work at Healthcare for the Homeless to go to a second job so that they can stay housed. We decreased turnover, we decreased hardship loans, and we lived our values. This is a question about what Baltimore City's values are. If we want to live in a city that has values, this is the type of decision that we need to consider. We need to index the cost to the cost of housing, not just to $15 an hour if we're going to make changes to this. Some people are saying that $15 an hour is too much and this is too fast, but there are too many people who need this too badly now and who can't afford to wait. So we encourage your strong support.
Thank you, Adam. All right, we're going to go back to the panels for the opponents. Cowie Lockhair Toll, Cowie Toll, Walt Melson, and Claudia Tolles. So Cowie Toll, Claudia Tolles, and Walt Melson. And who do we have here?
Kaylee Locklear.
Kelly, all right. And Walt? Are you on the way up?
Yep.
All right.
They're coming.
And Claudia? All right.
How are you, sir?
Welcome. Let me reset the timer and then get going. Mention who you represent and give yourself, panels only get 10 minutes, so make sure the other two get some time. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. Kaylee Locklear Toll here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association. Retail employers, large and small, struggle in Maryland's marketplace each and every day, facing extreme competition from other brick and mortar stores, online sellers, and competition from sellers over our many borders. I point this out because it's a reality our industry faces on top of policies that increase costs. And the facts look like this. We do have many closing stores in our state, many job layoff announcements that are going on right now here in Maryland and across the country. The Maryland State Legislature put an extraordinary amount of time into the minimum wage increases that have been enacted, as did the business community. Jumping into another drastic round of increases is not responsible and truly could devastate our economy and cause immense harm to Baltimore City. And that is because we don't truly know what the impact will be. As costly burdens placed upon businesses continue to grow, we need to understand that those decisions have an impact, and the numbers truly speak for themselves. At the end of 2007, before the downturn of the economy, Baltimore City had 18,373 retail jobs, but they have been declining ever since. At the end of 2015, Baltimore City had 16,380 jobs, which is a loss of about 2,000 jobs that just never came back. We as retailers understand that there are many in the city that live at or below the poverty line, and there are many people in our city who do need jobs. But we cannot solve these problems on the backs of businesses that are struggling to stay in our city. And to say, and I heard other people testify to it earlier, that we don't care, it couldn't be farther from the truth. Raising the minimum wage doesn't happen in a vacuum. It increases unemployment insurance, workers' compensation costs, and additional taxes for businesses. We care greatly for our employees. Every business and every retailer wants minimal turnover and wants to provide salaries and benefits that will keep our workplaces competitive and our employees happy. Many factors, though, are assessed when determining what we can provide, and a budget is a budget. And just like the city's budget process, we too have finite resources. So with these remarks, we urge an unfavorable report on this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, Callie, thank you. Walt or Cal, whoever wants to go next, go ahead. Speak right into the microphone, please, and loudly.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Walt Meissen, and I'm a Director of Human Resources and Labor Relations at Giant Food. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Pull it closer.
Okay. I'm here to respectfully request that we have serious concerns regarding the proposal of this minimum wage bill. We firmly believe that workers should obviously receive fair wages, but we feel it's certainly prudent that we at least wait until we see the effect of the state's minimum wage legislation that reaches $10.10 in July of 2018. Giant, as many of you know, have been part of the Baltimore, Washington community for over 80 years, and we employ 18,500 full-time and part-time union associates. We're a solid, fully unionized company. 11,000 of those workers are in the state of Maryland. 700 of them are in the 5 stores we have here in Baltimore City. We've worked closely over the years with negotiating with our union partners to develop a compensation package for our associates. It's a combination of wage rates, benefits like health benefits and sick leave benefits, paid time off of vacations and personal days, tuition reimbursement, legal expenses. A lot of other things are involved in the compensation than just this hourly wage. After that's all said and done, we're left with about a 1 or 2 cents on the dollar profit margin, not much. And when minimum wage legislations come in that weren't part of negotiations, as an example, it adds additional fixed cost to a business that makes, as it was mentioned earlier, budgeting very, very difficult. And it leaves business in a position, a company like ours, of, well, how do you react to that? And you have to react by looking at what can you do. We can't react like other big box that aren't unionized and don't have collective bargaining agreements. They may just be able to cut back on benefits and other things to help offset the hourly wages. we're in a position where we have to either look at raising costs, which drives customers away and possibly out of the city, or we have to look at reducing hours, reducing jobs. None of them good for us as a business or for the city. It makes it difficult for us to compete. We operate on a slim profit margin. We provide jobs specifically.
Pull the microphone close.
Okay, sorry. About 40% of our jobs are either to folks under 21 years of age or over 55. We provide opportunities for new people entering the new job market, or for senior citizens a lot of times that are looking to supplement themselves during retirement. We have to take a closer look at that when the rates go to $15 an hour. These side benefits that we mentioned add about $6 to $8 an hour on our wage rates. So we're not looking at a $15 rate, we're looking at something closer to $23 an hour. The cost becomes absorbent. It makes it difficult for us to compete, particularly with the profit margins that we're talking about. That's why we respectfully urge that you consider our serious concerns as a business and oppose a minimum wage increase and the consumer price index.
Okay, thank you. Well, Claudia, welcome to New Berners Chambers City Council.
Thank you. Is this close enough?
No, just yell at me. I get yelled at every day, so don't worry about it.
Claudia Tolles. I'm a Main Street business owner. I own Amuse Toys on Thames Street in Fells Point, and I'm here to respectfully request that you deliver an unfavorable report for the legislation being considered. As a small business owner, we already face many challenges in terms of competition. We are a brick and mortar specialty toy store, something that is constantly changing. And when we look at brick and mortars in these days with Amazon and with online competitors, we have to in some ways be competitive, and that is through providing a service. We are not concerned with the minimum. We are concerned with what that does with what people will expect to be paid beyond the minimum. We already treat our employees with great respect. We provide professional development, believe it or not, in our small retail outlet. We work to ensure that they are provided a living wage and that they are provided opportunities to grow beyond just that job, whether it be with our company or as a stepping stone into a different industry or in a different capacity. We cannot support this kind of increase. Simply just the numbers don't work. We have rising costs in terms of insurance that are not necessarily accounted for. We have, we have a city where, yes, there are very many people who are living below or at the poverty line. I am completely, and so are my colleagues, empathetic, sympathetic, and understand this sounds good. It sounds very good. Unfortunately, the reality is we are a city that is underpopulated and underpoliced, and we have to address this issue of poverty and raising wages in a responsible and holistic fashion in order for small businesses to be able to remain competitive. At the state level, when we're talking about a state level increase, it allows my business to be at the same level as the business in Baltimore County and surrounding counties. We can't live on an island and expect things to not have consequences for small businesses. We don't have the resources and the bankrolls that others have that maybe could offset those costs. We simply need to be able to be competitive. And this legislation in this silo fashion will not allow for that.
Okay. Councilwoman, you have a question? Use the mic. No? All right, thank you. Thank you, guys. The next panel, Amy Rower, KL Said, and Jason Curtis. And as I mentioned to the folks, if I hate to throw you out of the building, but there are about 75 people still waiting to get in, so if you're done with your testimony and leave, I'd appreciate it. Now, they would appreciate it. Go ahead, Amy, you starting off?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, good evening. My name is Amy Rohrer. I am president and CEO of the Maryland Hotel and Lodging Association.
Okay.
I am here representing the 64 hotels in Baltimore City, and we are opposed to this bill. There are a number of concerns outlined in the written testimony that I submitted, and I also have two of my members here with me this evening. The focus of my oral testimony is going to be on the need for Baltimore to remain competitive as a destination. Hotels rely on conventions and meetings business, and when meeting planners are selecting cities or sites, they first look to see if space is available on the dates that they have chosen. If that space is available, the next thing they look to is the hotels, and they are specifically comparing cities based on hotels, price, and quality. Currently, value is one of the greatest assets we have in Baltimore City as we are competing as a destination. On average, hotel rates in Baltimore are $17 less than Philadelphia and $60 less than DC, two of the cities that Visit Baltimore defines as being core competitors. Once visitors get here, they realize how easy it is to get here, and also how walkable the city is. Conference attendees glean savings because of the absence of shuttle and other transportation-related expenses. It's important to also note that 83% of our guests are leisure travelers who are here purely for vacation or to visit friends and families, friends and relatives. These travelers also tend to be extremely sensitive to cost, and they can easily choose to stay outside of the city for a lower rate, or even worse, they could cancel their trip altogether. As we grow the number of visitors who choose Baltimore, we grow jobs. This bill proposes a 67% increase above the $10.10 minimum wage approved by the state, and it eliminates the tip credit, which affects our industry as well. Just one of the impacts on the hotels would be increased rates above and beyond what we believe the market can handle. Our guests will not only be impacted by the increased hotel rates, but also increased costs for food and beverage, transportation, attractions, and more. This certainly threatens our strong value proposition as we compete against other cities. If we lose visitors, we also lose jobs, we lose hotel taxes, and other related revenue that benefits the city. Some of our other concerns include the powers and the makeup granted to the makeup of the Wage Commission, also some of the exceptions that are eliminated. That is also outlined in my written testimony. We believe this bill has good intentions, but we are concerned that it may have an overall negative impact on the city and therefore our business. With that, I will turn it over to Khaled.
Okay.
Yeah, my name is Khaled Saeed. I represent two hats here as an owner of 3 hotels in the city and an operator in the meantime. Actually, you know, putting our current business model and future business model for 2 hotels under construction, 3 hotels in operation, we cannot see any way that we can sustain 100% increase throughout 10 years between state and city increase in payroll. There's no room for this. The city is a secondary city, means it's leisure, it's tourism. We're not a corporate city. We don't have a room of hiking of prices like big cities like New York, like Los Angeles, like Boston. So we have a business model. We actually check on every line item, where can we generate revenues from? We don't see it happening. I mean, to have a 10% inflation while our model's based in 2.5% or 3% inflation, my investors, 16 investors, 8 of them out of state, now they have to stop, freeze up till they see where are we going to, because there is no room to match this increase or this inflation. Now the inflation is not only in the payroll or the $15 minimum wage. The inflation going to be across the board in every line of expense in logistics, food delivery, supplies, amenities, everything that will take the cost. Talking about the corporate world here, they will actually opportunistic. There will be this 50% increase, will be 80% increase. Now, talking about hotels now, maybe I'll have to build my next hotel across the border with the county and just shuttle my clients to the city, because it would be definitely far cheaper in land, construction, and labor. So we're going to lose a lot of labor force here. If giants like the gentleman said, now he has to bear this expense, people will have to drive 5 minutes out of the city to buy their grocery, You will close another Giants and we lose another hundreds of employees. Now, if we have to stay in the city, which we have to, we have investments, we will have to start shrinking employees, shrinking, services. We're going to have to be like the airlines, start charging, for every service. And then what will happen? We're going to cut labor, less taxes, and we are a city is price sensitive, means the shoppers have to find the best rate. So they will stay at the airport, they will stay at Townsend, they will not come to the city, they don't care, they will drive. They're leisure travelers. The corporate travelers will pay anything. New York, Boston, yes. Washington, government, yes, they will pay. But in the city, this is a secondary city. If it isn't, I cannot see any business model from any, colleague behind me in restaurants or bars could sustain with this fine line of margin of profits and revenues that once a drop, we lose our business. We lose this fine line of diluting our equity in the increase of expenses, which we already are impacted with. The 20% increase from the state had already started showing in our bottom line already. Thank you.
All right, Jason? And any of you folks want to submit written testimony for part of the record, you can always submit it after the hearing or next week or sometime. Go ahead, Jason.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jason Curtis. I'm the general manager of the Hotel Indigo, located in Mount Vernon. Fortunately, we're at a position where we currently pay all of our employees in the hotel higher than the current minimum wage. However, the way this legislation has been introduced will actually be very detrimental for the city. Many people have already spoken about that, and it puts Baltimore City in an uncompetitive disadvantage to those that live around the city. The other thing that we are really concerned with, and I think the Restaurant Association will dive much more into this, but the elimination of the of the tip credit is extremely detrimental to us as a hotel industry, not only from a restaurant perspective, but from all of the meetings and conferences that take place within our hotels. Those are some very important things that we can't allow to happen. If the tip credit is removed, you're actually going to see a wage reduction in many of those people that work in our hotels. We currently have bartenders in our hotel that make over $70,000 a year. This wage reduction will definitely hurt them.
Okay. Councilwoman Clark has a question. Use the microphone. No.
Yes,
Use the
ma'am.
microphone, please.
Mr. Curtis, tip credit.
Yes, ma'am.
So you pay, I'm just trying to understand.
Sure.
You're paying your employees $15 minimum now anyway, correct? I mean,
We're currently paying them above the current minimum wage, yes.
yes.
We do have
above
people
current minimum wage.
at the current minimum wage. We do have employees in our front office area that are at that level or higher.
Okay. And you're surviving, but now you're mentioning tipped workers, the tip credit, that whole scale up that's
correct.
in the bill.
Right.
So that affects you?
It does.
Okay. So what are your recommendations?
I would recommend that you not adjust the tips credit as it currently exists.
You mean leave it? You mean don't do anything?
With the tips credit, that's correct. Our employees are currently making more than the $15 an hour.
I know, $70,000, $55,000. I know at a diner in my district, they're making $55,000.
I know in my hotel, which is what I'm speaking
They're
on
making
behalf
70.
of. Yeah, they absolutely are.
Okay, so your recommendation is don't do this.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm not here to debate with you about it. I just wanted to know. I'm listening to hear what people are recommending, not.
Yeah. Today, for example, I surveyed all of the servers that were working, and I asked them, would you rather have a $15 an hour wage, or would you rather work on the existing tips that you work on? Every single one of my team members said they make well over $15 an hour because they can wait on multiple tables per hour and make much more than $15 an hour. None of my employees in the hotel, in the restaurant, support this.
So why wouldn't they have tips?
I'm sorry?
Well, if they earned $15 an hour, why would they not have tips as well?
Well, if we had to pay $15 an hour, all the cost of our labor is going to go up triple compared to what we're paying currently. So if you're currently charging $15 for a hamburger, but you're paying somebody $15 an hour to work, you're going to have to raise the prices of your product.
No, that's not, well, Okay.
Talk to him.
We'll talk
Yeah.
to you, but that's not, I hear you, but I don't, if you're, why would they, if under this bill, if they were at $15 by 2024,
Tip workers.
tip workers,
Right.
why wouldn't they have tips?
Because most people aren't going to be able to afford, even at $15 an hour as a minimum wage worker,
So
to go out and pay
customer.
$26 for a hamburger.
A restaurant person.
That's correct.
Are you selling $15 hamburgers now?
Yes, ma'am.
And they can afford, people can afford that?
Yes, ma'am.
Whoa.
Yes. Yes.
I'm in the wrong business.
Hey, I'll get
And
my
I
happy.
am a
I'll get my
waitress.
happy meal there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
you're welcome.
Thank you. Melvin Thompson, Jim Mitch, and Bob Simcoe. Come on up. That's the last of the first round, second round of the opponents, and we'll go back to the proponents after this. This the third of the opponents. Melvin, Bob.
Just
Well, we can
go
Yeah,
that way and then out the.
All right. All right, guys.
Thank you very much. Is this working? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Other members of the council, I'm Melvin Thompson. I represent the Restaurant Association of Maryland. And
you can
we
speak
too.
loudly. You yelled at me before, so you can yell at me again.
Is this microphone working? Is this good enough, or should I use the
No,
other
you're
one?
right. Yeah, just keep me loud.
Okay. And we're too opposed to this legislation because of the unintended consequences for city businesses and employees. And I do have a couple of I have an employee here who's a tipped employee, so you can ask him your questions about the tip wage. And I also have a gentleman who heads up an operation at a restaurant. And I want to explain a few things about this issue from the restaurant perspective. Number one, we think it's a bad idea to enact a higher minimum wage in the city when we do not yet know the impact of the state minimum wage of $10.10. We don't know that impact that it's going to have on businesses once it reaches its fully phased-in point in July of 2018. And I want to explain just briefly how minimum wage works in our industry. Employers typically use the minimum wage as a starting wage only to provide job opportunities to unskilled entry-level workers. And many of these employees are soon rewarded with pay raises after they demonstrate that they can handle the job and develop the skills to provide more value to the employer. Minimum wage was never intended to be a long-term wage to cover the costs of living or supporting a family. And contrary to popular belief, price increases cannot fully offset the massive hike in labor costs proposed by this legislation, because businesses cannot risk raising prices when customer traffic in the city is already at historic lows. The passage of this legislation will force many of these employers to eliminate jobs. And if passed, this legislation will ultimately hurt the very people it is intended to help. And before you, as part of my written testimony, I also submitted a job loss analysis that we asked two economists to conduct for us because we wanted to know the impact of a $15 minimum wage in the city of Baltimore. And I know that the committee will probably go into that report in a little more detail in the work session, but I want to hit just a couple of highlights, and I did submit that to committee staff before the hearing, so you should be getting a copy of that.
We do have it.
Okay, great, thank you. First, let me say that these economists use the same methodology that the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office used in 2014 when the federal government was considering a 10-10 minimum wage at the federal level. Citywide, compared to the state minimum wage of 10-10 that would be in effect in 2020, the economists found that more than 3,500 jobs would be lost at the $15 minimum wage level. And nearly 60% of those jobs are held by women. And nearly all of the job losses would occur among less educated employees, and the bulk of the losses would be in retail, leisure, hospitality, which includes accommodations and food services, and also healthcare industry.
Don't cut their time short, Melvin.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that I think it's important to keep in mind is that the economists say that the estimated job losses here are conservative, particularly because of the potential loss of business to neighboring Baltimore County, where the minimum wage isn't expected to rise above the state level. And so that's of major concern to us because it would force our employers to eliminate jobs. And I think that the council should be equally concerned. And because we talked about tip credit and tip wage, if I could, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to explain that because it is a very confusing issue, and I'd just like to give you a better understanding of how it works before the tipped employee speaks. Current Maryland law requires that employers pay tipped employees a minimum wage of at least $3.63 an hour. And the reason is because tips make up the difference between that cash wage of $3.63 and full minimum wage, whatever it is. That's the tip credit. And the reason they allow that is because state law recognizes that tips contribute significantly to the wages of tipped employees and allows the employer to apply this portion of tipped earnings to the employer's obligation to pay minimum wage. Under the law, if an employee with their tip wage and tips don't make at least full minimum wage, whether it's $8.25 or $15, the employer is responsible for making up the difference. Now, that's rarely the case because tipped employees are making significantly more than minimum wage.
All right, Melvin.
By eliminating the tip credit, what you're really doing is forcing these employers to pay significantly more to employees who are already earning more than minimum. That means if a tipped employee is earning 15 or 20 bucks an hour in tips, rather than $3.63 an hour additional, you're making the employer by 2024 give them $15 an hour. If they're making $40 or $50 an hour in tips, you're forcing that employer to give them an additional $15. If the bill is about minimum wage, why are you forcing these employers with tipped employees to give those employees significantly more when they're already making more than minimum wage? And it is for these reasons that we oppose this legislation and request that the committee reject it. I'll be happy
let's hear from Jim.
to answer any questions, but go ahead.
Jim.
Thank you.
You are well, you
I'm
get
the
the $15
president
steaks.
Yeah, I'm the president of Ruth Chris Restaurants for Baltimore City, Greater Maryland, North Carolina, and New Jersey. We also oppose the minimum wage legislation that's being offered up. In effect, by passing this legislation, it will cause small business employers like us to absorb labor costs for entry-level workers without the ability to offset these costs without financial hardship. These entry-level workers often do not possess the technical skill sets necessary to perform the job. They receive these technical skill sets through coaching and teaching by our company when they're doing the job, and they do not stay at minimum wage for a very long period of time. For our Ruth Chris restaurants, the proposed legislation will result in an increase of labor costs by 2020 of over $1 million. That is only the two Baltimore City restaurants I'm speaking of, and that is an actual cost associated with your minimum wage.
Are you speaking about one downtown and one in Pikesville?
No, one downtown and the one at Inner Harbor. We have two.
Okay.
Yes, we have two. That $1 million is represented by taking the 2015 labor hours and just processing the actual minimum wage increase. It does not take into consideration any wage compression. The proposed legislation will cause unknown and difficult to calculate financial hardships. The outcome, we believe, will be lost jobs. Employees likely will have to do the job of two workers. To be clear, it should be understood that in no way, shape, or form can I or our company raise prices to compensate for this huge increase. It's just not possible. It's inflationary and it will cause a negative effect on top-line revenue. As a result of the proposed legislation, the CEO of our company and the founder of our company, Steve DeCastro, is considering closing one or both of the restaurants in Baltimore City. As I say this to you in this room, I'm sure we think it's just a soundbite. It's not a soundbite. We will do it because we can do business and be profitable in other places. If we were grossly profitable, I would reconsider that notion that I've mentioned. We are not grossly profitable. We are still down from the 2015 civil unrest. The greatest concern we have is job loss, and it's our loss of being able to do business in the city of Baltimore. The minimum wage was and is a starting wage. We do not keep our people there very long. They move up very quickly. It was never intended to be a wage where the employee was to remain maintained long-term. And then I ask you to just consider these thoughts, Mr. Chairman and Councilman.
In 1938, the first minimum wage was created. We now stand at $7.25 federally and $8.25 state. The suggestion in this legislation is to increase that federal minimum wage by more than double. It will quadruple the tip rate. It will quadruple it. It took 78 years to get to $7.25. We are suggesting in the last 78 years that we made mistakes in every single year. I just don't foresee how we can assume the risks related to this legislation in 4 years doing what it took 78 years to get done.
We're running out of time. Why don't we move it on to a tip worker?
So I have 20 minutes, 20 seconds?
Part of the highest paid member of this panel.
Hi, I'm Bob Simcoe. For those of you that know me, those of you that don't, I've been at Max's Tap House, formerly Max's on Broadway, for 22 years as a tipped employee. I started there 22 years ago to finish my degree in genetics. Found out I can make a fantastic living as a tipped employee. What are you laughing at?
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just rejoicing with you that you found something.
Exactly. And I love what I do. Last night I worked and I made $35 an hour. That's about half of what I can make on the weekends. I mean, it's definitely a cash cow. And the reason for that is because there's an understanding in the public that as a tipped employee, we get a nominal rate, $3 and change an hour. That's our hourly rate. So the tips from the customers help offset that. My concern is that if this bill goes into effect and we start making $10 an hour, $12 an hour, $15 an hour, my customers are going to come in and say, hey, we know Bob's making $12 an hour. Maybe we won't give him 20% tip. Maybe we'll give him a 10% tip. And it's going to cut into my earnings. I've been a resident in Baltimore City for 20 years, bought a house in Canton. Both cars paid off. I just recently bought a vacation house in West Virginia. Life is good the way things are now. And I have some major concerns that if this goes into effect, I'm not going to be able to make the kind of living and have the kind of lifestyle and provide for my family.
How long have you been?
22 years.
22. Are you a bartender?
Bartender.
Bartender. Do
Yes.
you tip out the bar back and
I
the
tip out
bus
everybody.
boy?
I tip out more than anybody else in the
Tip out
establishment.
Ron Furman?
Sure. Actually, Gail.
And he's here tonight. Oh, we don't hear he say that.
No, but seriously,
Right.
if this goes into effect, I just have some real concerns that it'll be common knowledge that I am not getting $3.63 an hour. I'm getting $10, $12, $15 an hour.
You're not going to get it for a long time.
It'll happen.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to move on to the proponents now. Chris Wilson, Jack Jones, and Paola Rivera. Chris Wilson, Jack Jones, and Paola Rivera. We're going to give them a moment to get here. They may be in the other room.
Oh, Matt Quinlan, who wasn't here when.
Right.
Yeah.
He's here now?
He's here now, so if you can go.
Matt Quinlan, if you're here, you can also come up and make it a panel of 4. All right, who we have here now? We have Chris?
Oh, it wasn't here.
Jacques?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Paola Rivera. All right.
Paola's not here.
And Matt Quinlan, if you're here, you're Matt?
Yes.
All right, so where is Chris and Jack are here, right?
I'm Jacqueline.
Jack and Chris? No, Paola. So Chris Wilson, but go ahead, guys. Go ahead, start.
All right.
Pull the microphone out and speak loudly.
Stand up with this microphone. Okay.
Right.
Well, thank you, Councilman Curran and members of the committee. My name is Matt Quinlan. I'm with the Baltimore Partnership to End Childhood Hunger. We're a coalition of civic and public agencies, nonprofits, and service providers working across the city to end hunger for our city's children. We depend heavily upon services aimed at meeting the immediate need of ending hunger, such as school meals, after
Pull
school.
the microphone close.
And summer
Thank you.
meals. I didn't want to.
No, it's. They
The
can't
closer
hear you.
the better. The closer
Yeah,
the better.
yell
Right?
at it.
Okay. So we work really closely with a lot of these big programs: school meals, summer meals, SNAP, and WIC, services that are meeting the immediate need for our families and our children But we recognize that these are just stopgap measures. And to really address food security in Baltimore, we need to address economic security, and that hunger is a symptom of poverty, first and foremost. The need is great in Baltimore City. 1 in 4 residents live in food deserts. Nearly a third of our city's residents receive SNAP, and a quarter receive wages that keep them below the federal poverty line. For children, that need is even more great. It's compounded even more. A third of our city's children live in food deserts, and I have testimony that I emailed and printed as well that has a map that shows these food deserts in the city. 1 in 3 children live in food deserts in Baltimore City. Before implementing free meals at our schools last year, so now at our schools, all children get free breakfast and lunch, which is amazing. But about 85% of our student population was receiving free introduced meals at that time, just to really emphasize the need. And lastly, one last point, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour would raise the prospects of low-wage workers, particularly employees of color. Our city's food deserts exist almost exclusively in African-American communities. People of color are nearly twice as likely to live below the federal poverty line than white workers and are more likely to be employed in low-wage labor. As such, this bill would aid these families in realizing economic security and would have serious impacts on reducing the number of our children living without the knowledge of where their next meal will come from. Our children deserve reliable access to healthy food. For these reasons, we recognize that this legislation is not just one of economic justice, not just one of racial justice, but also one of food justice. And the Partnership to End Childhood Hunger urges a favorable report on this City Council bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Yes.
My name is Alex Tiku. Paula, I don't think is here, so I sort of took
Rivera.
I
got
took
that
their
part.
place. So
Speak loudly.
I'm sorry?
Speak loudly.
Oh, that's not loud enough?
No, it's yell,
oh my
yell at me.
goodness. All right. So again, my name is Alex Tiku. I'm here on behalf of Baltimore Bicycle Works. We're a small business in the Station North area. We sell bicycles to Baltimore's commuters. We've been in business since 2009 and definitely plan on being around quite a bit longer. Currently, we employ nine people full-time and a couple sort of part-time workers. And our consistent success and successes are based on employee retention and a general culture of valuing our workers, which is something that any small business owner knows the value of. When we offer our workers or employees a livable wage, we are sending a very clear message that states that their work and contributions are extremely valued and certainly leads to maintaining a profitable business. Our workers recognize that. In turn, we don't have to supervise, we don't have to really manage or motivate. It sort of comes through this culture of respecting the worker. And again, the wages that we pay, that's why we're at work, is so we can make money. And if we're the most distinct way we can show that is by paying the worker something proper. And yeah, of course, almost like magic, we have a very productive and profitable workforce. As far as employee retention goes, that has never been a topic of discussion at our business for reasons that we just don't have to worry about it. And yeah, our local business keeps Baltimore's residents commuting to work. The people keep us in business and keep Baltimore small businesses going. If people are working in Baltimore, they're spending money in local businesses in the city. So raising the minimum wage would increase local spending and support small businesses. So increased earning, increased spending. Small businesses like Baltimore Bicycle Works definitely need an increase in the minimum wage citywide. We'll profit from that. Baltimore's workers also need that, and that's why we support it, the increase of the minimum wage.
Okay, thank you. Jack?
Hi, my name's Jacqueline Jones Ziegler. I'm the owner of Sugar, a retail store in Hamden, and I'm also a Baltimore City resident.
What's the name of the restaurant?
It's a retail store. It's called Sugar.
Oh, okay.
We opened 9 years ago. Since the day we opened, we've paid our staff a wage consistent with or above Baltimore's living wage. Currently,
Living wage.
Living wage,
Okay.
yes. Currently, I employ 6 individuals, 3 of whom are close to full-time. The least an employee makes is $13 an hour. The most is $14. Although I pay more than some other retailers and advertise widely when positions are open, my staff has consistently been majority Baltimore City residents. Currently, all of my coworkers are Baltimore City residents. As a business owner, I am strongly in support of raising Baltimore's minimum wage to $15 an hour. Raising people to a level where they could possibly afford their basic needs increases the likelihood that they would have disposable income and choose to spend that income at our local businesses, growing Baltimore's economy. When people live with economic insecurity, it frequently has a negative impact on their work performance. If your employees can't afford their phone bill, they can't call out for work or be contacted for extra shifts. If they are hungry, they aren't able to work to their full potential. These are people who want to do a good job. These are people who are hard workers. It is in the best interest of any business to ensure that their employees are able to meet their own basic needs. This is also a matter of ethics. I may be old-fashioned, but I believe that I should not be relying on government subsidies to stay in business. If I'm paying my employees at a level where they are relying on food stamps to eat and Section 8 for housing, the government is essentially picking up the tab on my substandard wages. That's not an ethical business. That's stealing from the taxpayers. Granted, there are many ways I'd love to see Baltimore and Maryland be more business friendly. I'd welcome a little less paperwork and maybe fewer fees for things like awnings. But the minimum wage we have now is not business friendly. It's taxpayers subsidizing business owners at the expense of our lowest paid citizens. We know that raising the minimum wage does not have a negative impact on business. It does not have a negative impact on prices. The data shows it in Seattle. It shows it in California. It shows it in Santa Fe. As a business owner, I like data. I depend on it to keep my business open, and I ask you to rely on data and your values rather than antidotes to guide your decisions on this bill. We live in a city with great disparities, economic disparities that disproportionately affect people of color, women, immigrants, people with disabilities, and my LGBT family. Moving the minimum wage to a level where a single person working full-time has a chance of being able to meet their basic needs is a small step we can take to making Baltimore a more equitable city. No one who was working full-time, doing exactly what we're told to do, should be hungry, homeless, or worried about their electric bill. Increasing the minimum wage is a step our communities deserve. As a business owner and as a resident of Baltimore, I ask you to take this step. I urge a favorable report for this important legislation. Thank you.
Councilwoman Clark has a question.
No,
Yes.
I do have a comment.
Yes.
We're very familiar because sugar is it's not in my district, it's across the street, but
It is.
It's across the street from my district in Hampden.
Yes.
36th Street, yay. But what I wanted to pick up on is that Jacques spoke about hiring city people.
Yes.
And that's a big deal. I mentioned it when we started this hearing, and there's talk about, well, people are going to come in from the counties, and they're going to take these jobs, and gee whiz, what good will it do? Well, what Hopkins University and some big law firms and institutions and companies have said is buy and hire local. So that's something that our businesses can do that don't cost any more money than they're spending right now. And a lot of big institutions and businesses have decided that's what they're going to do. So while we have people here who run businesses, I think that sugar's a good model for what we're talking about. Hire local. And hire local, buy local. Get supplies, buy supplies and equipment locally, not necessarily, excuse me for saying so, online, but go and buy them local from people who are working and running businesses in the city. So thank you for that, and thanks for all the other things you do, including helping us with the MTA routes.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, guys. Next panel, Ali Laus. Reverend Hickman and Alex TQ. I hope I pronounced that right.
I'm Alex DQ. I'm out.
All right. You okay? You all right?
He spoke.
Oh, okay. You slipped in on me, huh? All right. Thank you. We have here, who do we have here? What's your name, ma'am? Use your microphone, please. Reverend Hickman and Reverend Hickman, coming on in. Use the microphone, but speak loudly. Pull the microphone out, I guess, and speak loudly. Yell at me. Pull it close. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gonzalo Barnes. I am my house.
Pull the microphone close. They can't hear you. Don't be afraid. Go ahead.
My name is Gonzalo Barnes. I am a housekeeper at the Horseshoe Casino. I make $9.50 an hour. Most of the other housekeepers only make $9 an hour. I was promised I would get a raise after 90 days, and again after a year. But I worked at the casino for almost 2 years. I have not yet to receive a raise at all. A lot of my coworkers earn their living from tips. The cocktail servers make only $3.72 an hour, and sometimes they go home with almost nothing in tips. The reason the casino can pay them so little is because Maryland only requires that tip workers be paid a minimum of $3.63 an hour. All of us deserve to be paid more, including tip workers. Our companies make more than enough to pay us more. Some days I will have to clean the entire first floor of the casino by myself. Some days I want to give up and leave the casino so I can find another job that pays more. Basically, if I leave, I might find another job for about 40 cents more an hour, but by the time I find that job that pays a few cents more, I'll be backed up in my rent and bills. I have to support my 2 children on my income alone. My rent is $957 a month, but after taxes, a normal check is about $721, twice a month. I am 46 years old, but I constantly have to borrow money from my mom just to pay my rent. I feel terrible. My mom is retired. I should be helping my mother. She shouldn't be helping me. I'm scared by the next generation. There will not be nothing for us to retire on unless we hold these companies reliable for their higher wages. They make their profits, and the best way to put some of their money back into the city of Baltimore is to put more of their profits into our paychecks. We spend our hard earnings in the city of Baltimore. The best way to create a healthy economy is to increase the minimum wages.
Reverend?
Good evening, City Council President Jack Young, Chairman Curran, and City Council officials. I am Dante Hickman, the pastor of the Southern Baptist Church, and today I stand to support a raise in the minimum wage to $15 in the city of Baltimore by 2020. We should raise the minimum wage to $15 in order to be commensurate with the cost of living. Since 1938, Congress has always enacted a wage increase, but over the last 30 years, the wage has been stagnated. While there is a general concern that a wage increase only increases the rate of inflation, the fact is the increase in wages would only be catching up to the rate of inflation. And if the truth be told, the real issue we should be concerned about is not how a wage increase would increase inflation, but how debt-based money over public or interest-free money erodes the equity of our economy. Similarly, by not increasing the minimum wage to $15, we are essentially building our economy on the backs of lower-income citizens without an equitable benefit, rather than the banking industry that reaps and squanders all of the benefits. We should want to give our local workers an opportunity to make a decent living. We should raise the minimum wage to $15 in order to be competitive with other counties. The vision of our mayor has been to increase the rolls of Baltimore by more than 10,000 families. It is the right vision to restore the vibrant population that Baltimore once knew, but we cannot do it without decent paying jobs that can evolve into sustainable careers. Studies show that the minimum wage disproportionately affects women and minorities in Baltimore City. Conversely, Montgomery and Prince George's counties have already raised their minimum wage, and Washington, D.C., which used to be known as Chocolate City, has already raised their minimum wage to $10.50 and is also considering raising it to $15. We can do better than Washington before Washington by not allowing our city to be almost completely gentrified before we legislate this level of wage increase. We have the important role and responsibility now to empower an otherwise devalued and disempowered sect of our urban population. And yes, I understand that if Baltimore City raises the minimum wage and other surrounding counties do not, then from an employment standpoint, companies will first locate in the county than in the city. But this temporary competitive threat can be mitigated by the city demonstrating leadership and caring. The city leadership has to lead a collaboration to make the wage increase a state and federal initiative to eliminate the competitive disadvantage. We should raise the minimum wage to $15 in order to change the conditions of our communities. I despise the fact that affordable homes is now a new term for projects. You have to make less than a decent standard of living to be able to qualify for affordable housing. Yet we want market rate homes in our inner city neighborhoods. But African Americans that have been the overwhelming majority population in those neighborhoods cannot afford to stay in them when they are redeveloped. Subsequently, they are relocated from the communities of their rearing. It is then income inequality that helps to enable dilapidation and gentrification. We are actually underpaying and overtaxing minorities and women out of the city and even the lower middle class. A job does not add value if it cannot ensure sustainability. In closing, Mr. Chair, it is counterintuitive to have to work full-time and still live in poverty. And neither should people have to live their lives working 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet and not be able to participate in other activities that make their lives whole. A mother can scarcely raise her children, check their homework, and keep them off the streets if she has to work 2 and 3 jobs to keep a roof over their head and food on the table. They can't afford to volunteer their time and talents to worthy community causes if they have to give all of their time to earning another dollar that their full-time job is not paying. There is also transportation, cost, and time. Most people are traveling on bus services in excess of an hour, and sometimes 2, to get to some of the jobs. That is not only a cost, but it's also time, because they can't afford to buy an automobile. It has often been said that a family that prays together stays together. But as a faith leader, I can say without fear of equivocation that our families and communities need to pray and get paid a decent and livable wage. I respectfully request that this administration vote to increase the minimum wage to $15 by 2020.
Thank you, Reverend. Thank you, guys. Next panel, Kevin Brown, Adia McBride, and Ernie Greco. Commissioner, welcome. Kevin and McBride. All right. Who wants to lead us off?
Kevin,
Make sure you speak loudly, please.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Abraham Tema. Bueno, represento la comunidad hispana.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Armando Tema.
Tengo 11 años de vivir en la ciudad de Baltimore, trabajando duro todos los días.
I've been living in Baltimore City for 11 years, hard working during that time.
Y 11 años de trabajo y vivo en la misma situación. Apenas pago mis biles, mi renta y algunas otras cosas que hay que pagar todos los días.
I've been living and working here for 11 years, and I'm still in the same situation. Barely have enough money to pay my bills.
Yo veo dos caras de Baltimore City. Un Baltimore City en esta zona lleno de lujos, mientras esta otra parte, mucha pobreza.
I understand mucho. I don't understand the rest.
I see 2 Baltimore cities. I see one Baltimore City living with a lot of luxury, and I see another Baltimore City living in poverty.
¿Cuántos trabajadores vivimos de cheque en cheque todas las semanas, remediando cómo vamos a pagar nuestra renta, cómo vamos a pagar el bill de la electricidad, cómo vamos a pagar el seguro? Y no hay chance entonces para un ahorro para nuestros hijos.
I live like many workers, living from check to check to check, and trying to see which bill I'm going to pay. And I have not enough savings to think about my children's future.
Si ustedes pasaran un aumento para todos nosotros los trabajadores, créanme que eso sería un cambio de vida de cada uno de nosotros los trabajadores. ¿Cómo cambiaría eso? ¿Cómo nos ayudaría a nosotros, a nuestras familias, ese pequeño aumento? Yo pienso de que sí se puede, solo hay que tener voluntad y pensar en los demás.
I believe that if you do raise minimum wage, we will be able to maintain ourselves, and I do believe that it can happen.
Bueno,
Gracias.
quisiera decir más cosas, pero yo creo que el tiempo está limitado y yo creo en que Baltimore City puede poner el ejemplo a todo el estado de Maryland, puede poner el ejemplo a todo el país si queremos. ¿Qué estamos esperando? Si Baltimore City somos todos los trabajadores.
In conclusion, I do believe that Baltimore City can be the example for all of Maryland, and could also be example for all of the country. Thank you.
Gracias. Ernie Greco.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, first of all, let me acknowledge, my name is Ernie Greco. I'm president of the Metropolitan Baltimore Council of the AFL-CIO unions. We represent 189 labor unions in the metropolitan area. And it's always a pleasure to come before this committee. And let me acknowledge and thank President Jack Young for maintaining a labor committee here in the city of Baltimore. There's a lot of major cities that don't have a labor committee, and I just think that the city of Baltimore and President Jack Young should be complimented for its concerns. Councilman Kern, I got a lot of things here, myths.
You have testimony,
facts.
written testimony you can submit?
I'm not, you know what?
Okay.
You know, you and I and other members of the council have been around for many years. Especially you and Councilwoman Mary Pat Clark, you know. Councilman Reisinger, President Jack Young, Councilwoman Middleton's just a younger, and Councilman, you know, they're the young folks. But you know what? This isn't the first time there's been an attempt to raise the minimum wage. And you know what? The facts that I have here and other things that you've heard, we've heard them over and over and over. The business community, the restaurant association, every time there was an increase in the minimum wage, they had their threats, they had their concerns, they said that jobs would be eliminated. Councilman Kern and members of the council, I won't say it's BS. I won't spell out the word, but it's BS. None of those things happen, and it's about time. And I take pride in this council has always had a concern for working men and women. This bill, this isn't a union bill. Even though I represent unions, this is not a union bill, because one of the things in my testimony here was to say that if you raise this to the $15, it's going to affect close to 100,000 working men and women in the city of Baltimore. These 100,000 aren't all union members. They're not Democrats, they're not Republicans. You know, they're folks that are working people that need a raise to be able to live in the great city of Baltimore. So I would urge you, I can tell you that this issue, we have discussed this at the Central Labor Council meeting of the AFL-CIO, and the unions are unanimously in support of this legislation. And it's one of our priority issues. And like I said, we represent the union members, but many of these folks, the overwhelming majority of these folks are not union members. They're human beings, they're workers that this committee, this president has fought for working men and women in the city. Keep fighting and pass the 15 minimum wage. Thank you.
Thank you, President Greco. Did you want to testify too? All right, sure, go ahead. What's your name?
Yes. Hi, how are you? Thank you. My name is Angie Mills. I am a resident of Cherry Hill Homes. I work as a janitorial service worker at 100
You're
White
Angie
Street.
Mills? Your name is Angie Mills?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. I am a member of 32 BJ SEIU, and I'm a mother of 3 kids. Earning less than $15 has meant that I've had a lot of trouble of paying my bills, and I haven't been able to save money to send my daughter to college. I currently live in a public
Hold the
assistance.
microphone close now. You're all right, you're doing good. Take your time.
I currently live in a public assisted housing, which I find difficult because I would really like to be more independent. I find these struggles to be pretty humiliating. I've been working for over 25 years, but it's never enough when you make low wages. No matter how long or how hard you work, the struggles remain the same. These kind of wages have hindered me from going to another level in life, and they prevent me from having a more dignified lifestyle. Most people don't trust the government anymore, especially even bad things are in Baltimore. But a $15 minimum wage is exactly the kind of thing that would restore our faith. It would also show the council members are listening and care about our well-being. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down today. All right, we're going to go to the opponents panels now, 3 of them, and John Danko, Jay Steinmetz. Not yet, DePaul, they're the next group. Gotcha. Next 2 groups. They'll be up in a second. And that's the only 2 on this one. Go ahead. And you are Jay? Jay, and John's here? All right. Welcome to New Bern. Sit over here, John. Well, you can sit there. That's fine. It's good. You're good. You're good. Go ahead. Thank you. And pull the microphone out and speak right.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jack, and the rest of you. My name is Jay Steinmetz, and I was appointed by our former Democratic governor, Martin O'Malley, to be on the Small Business Commission. Subsequently, I was appointed by the Republican governor to be on the Maryland Regulatory Reform Commission. I have spent 7 years traveling the state, understanding what makes business flourish and grow. I am not here to spout out outlier economic studies or report on luxury towns like Santa Fe, New Mexico, which is pie in the sky, and you can read about it because there's all sorts of stuff about that. My experience is real. I am the CEO and founder of Barcoding Incorporated. We're a systems integrator of automatic identification technology. I have lived and worked in the city for 18 years, and our company donates tens of thousands of dollars every year to charities in the city. We sell, service, and support our wares all over North America, yet our entire operations are here in Baltimore City. Despite our size, it's hard to make a profit, especially difficult in Baltimore City. Some years, multiple years, I don't take a paycheck. Regardless, we employ 45 people in Baltimore City alone. We employ minimum wage workers, low wage workers, trainees, temps, and plenty of high wage workers. At least half of our management team lives and works in Baltimore City. If you eliminate the low paid positions, you corrupt my ecosystem. We risk collapse. That's simple. Eliminating a tier of my workforce creates two problems: negative equity and compression. And we can discuss what those are, and you're probably going to hear more about that. We compete with people in other states and in some cases other countries. Our biggest competitor left Maryland 2 years ago when they decided to increase the minimum wage. They moved their headquarters to South Carolina. They moved where the workforce was less expensive, the crime was reduced, schools were solid, and taxes were cheap. We have stuck it out in Baltimore City. Baltimore with a property tax that is double the rest of the state. A horribly non-competitive property tax that attracts no one. This does not include the sky-high income tax rate for business. I don't think I need to bring up the crime issue. I am here because what is left of the economic engine of this city is once again under attack by people who do not employ people. When you burden the job creation engines of our society with higher costs, you stunt our growth. You force them to look for greener pastures. Look at the clothes you wear. Look at the shoes you wear. This is why they're not here. The leadership of Baltimore should be doing the opposite. We should be doing everything in our power together to support the growth and expansion of these job creation engines, removing obstacles at every turn. When my competitor left, they took high-wage jobs. They took low-wage jobs with them. The tax base will not come back. That void will not be filled. This is why 48% of the entire tax base of Baltimore City is now paid by federal and state money. If you legislate how we run our business, how will we follow? We will follow. We will follow like everybody else, and others will follow me.
How many employees do you have?
I have 90 employees altogether.
Full-time, part-time?
Full-time, all full-time.
Okay. Oh.
And I have some temps, and all of them are pulled right out of Baltimore City. We do our damnedest. You know what? We hire the best people we can. No, I have 90 full-time employees. Let's just get that straight.
Keep focus on me here. Keep focus on me.
Guys, this is root cause. We got to get to root cause. In 1950, somebody stood where I sit right here today, and they said, you know, when the median household income of Baltimore was 7% over the national average, they attempted to warn the people the effects of the burdens of the engine of democracy with city mandates. 19 property tax hikes later, over 25 years, 17 mandatory wage increases. Nobody listened. Today, Baltimore's median income is 21% below the national average. All of us are, I mean, this bothers me. Poverty, crime, and homelessness were the long-term consequences. The city is littered with nonprofits because they don't have to pay property taxes, and they're here to support what's left. The proposed increase in minimum wage will continue the trajectory, isolating Baltimore as a high-cost location with high taxes and high crime. In the Freddie Gray's lifetime alone, there have been 111,000 jobs lost. How many more jobs have to be lost before we as a community wake up to the failed policies that have been projected, not just in the city, but in this country? But in the city is like a canary in the coal mine. That's what I see. Unfortunately, and I'm ending, the flight of jobs is more... Unfortunately, the flight of jobs to a more hospitable climate has created an underclass of underemployed people, many of which are speaking today, who use the social safety net to augment their training wages that were never meant to be living wages. They were never meant to be living wages. I would love to discuss my thoughts on the solutions. I have these solutions. I have emailed some people. I missed an appointment, and I apologize to the person I missed it to. However, until that time, if you choose to move forward with this minimum wage increase above and beyond the state's increase to $10.10 per hour, our choice is simple. Move out of Baltimore, cut people, or go out of business. If we could
Jay,
raise our prices...
I got some time restraints.
That's it. Don't you
All
think we would? I mean, period. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very passionate. Thank you. John, he cut into some of your time, but go ahead.
Good evening. My name is John Danko. I am a native of Baltimore and a third-generation president of Danko Arlington Incorporated. We are a hub zone manufacturer located in Pimlico Park Heights on Wabash Avenue. We operate a foundry and machine shop business, and we import aluminum from the Port of Baltimore, melt it down, and create custom cast components for commercial and defense applications. Our company is 96 years old and the last survivor of metal casting in Baltimore. It's hard to believe that we outlasted Bethlehem Steel. Unlike Bethlehem Steel, we've remained competitive and have invested in technology and workforce training. Our contracts are won only because we are the low bidder. Our largest expense is labor, and we employ about 70 full-time employees. Almost half of our employees are our neighbors in Park Heights, ex-offenders, and those who have recovered from addiction and poverty. Dank Arlington trains all of our own employees. Our apprenticeship programs are 75 years old, and we're now updating our apprenticeships to include robotics and 3D printing. We're even thinking about establishing a tech center in Park Heights for youth and robotics. If this bill passes and minimum wage is escalated in 2020, we will not be able to compete with other foundries in other states like Pennsylvania, Texas, and Ohio, who start unskilled labor much lower than our rates. This bill will be a nail in the coffin in metal casting in Maryland. It's hard to believe that our legislators, the city council, would force a local job creator to close in such a poor neighborhood like Park Heights. Baltimore businesses need to stay competitive to sell their products. Employers will not be able to absorb the increased labor without raising prices, and small businesses will lose sales due to higher prices and will eventually close or move away. At the same time, our city needs new startup business. We need minority businesses in Baltimore. But how is this going to happen when the starting cost of labor is 50% higher in the city than the surrounding counties? We need to work together to grow Baltimore, especially in manufacturing, because manufacturing has the ability to create jobs quickly. And today there's many local unfilled manufacturing jobs that are over $15 an hour starting wage, but there are few qualified applicants. We simply don't have the right talent in Baltimore. We could be double the size if we had that talent. How are we going to solve this problem? Is minimum wage going to raise the skills in Baltimore City? Of course not. We need more STEM. We need more vocational training, critical thinking taught in our city's schools, and wages will come. Let us work together, not be adversaries. Everyone in this room, including me, wants a better Baltimore. I assure you that money spent on education and skills will enable you and business and every one of the workers to work and succeed together. As living proof and in testimony of near a century of success in metal casting, I invite each one of you on this committee to visit Dank Arlington and Park Heights, to witness our diverse workforce, learn about our training program, and what we're doing to become Boeing certified this year. But we can only do so if we are the low-cost provider in those products. We're not political, we're just hard workers who care a lot about the city and our neighbors. I urge you to vote no and to save so many small minority businesses like Dank Arlington and to save Baltimore manufacturers from losing our jobs.
Thank you, John. All right. Steve Morgan, Matt Rice, and Ty Mozam. Steve Morgan, Matt Rice, and Ty Moazim. Oh, I'm sorry. Moazim. All right. You can have a seat there. And you're Matt or Steve?
I'm Steve.
You're Steve. All right. Start off. Pull the microphone out and hold it closely to your mouth as you can, and speak loudly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, other committee and council members. My name is Stephen Morgan from the ARC Baltimore, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to this city council bill because of the unintended adverse impact it will have on vulnerable citizens in Baltimore City. Our organizations and about 30 other nonprofit organizations like ours serve the citizens of Baltimore City, providing a variety of vital community-based services to individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, including employment training and placement, vocational training, day services, residential small group homes, and family supports. Our organizations and the others serve thousands of these individuals and their families in Baltimore City. These vital services are provided by an incredibly dedicated and competent core of direct support professionals These direct support staff must complete a rigorous program of state-mandated training, must be certified by the State Board of Nursing to administer medication, must have good references, and maintain CPR certification, as well as stay current with specialized trainings. These jobs are clearly not minimum wage jobs, but rather are paraprofessional positions that require an extreme level of diligence and responsibility. In many cases, people's lives are literally in their hands. So of course we think they deserve higher wages. And if you asked me what value I'd place on the work they do, I'd answer like the TV commercial: priceless. However, we have virtually no say in determining the wages we pay. The services we provide are funded and regulated by the Developmental Disabilities Administration of the State Health Department. The funding for these programs comes from a combination of state and federal funds under a special Medicaid waiver. The payment rates for these services are set by the state through a system that is not cost-based, but rather is based on a historical funding model that is nearly 30 years old. The funding rates established by the state include a factor for the direct support staff wage. Years ago, when the current rate scheme was developed, the wage factor was more than 50% above the minimum wage at the time. Over the years, though, as the state minimum wage increased and the rates stagnated, the wage factor has fallen to only 25 to 30% above the minimum wage. Any funding increases provided are based exclusively on the state set minimum wage. In the case of the other two subdivisions, Montgomery and Prince George's County, who have enacted higher minimum wages, the state administration and legislature have made it clear that those subdivisions are on their own for holding their providers harmless in order to preserve these vital services. And finally, our organization has helped, and the others have helped, several hundred people with developmental disabilities find jobs at Baltimore City businesses at what are considered good wages by today's standards, $11 or even $12 an hour. If this bill were to pass, these wage levels would soon fall below the new minimum wage, potentially prompting the employers to eliminate these jobs or at the very least reduced hours. In summary, this bill would result in a reduction and possible complete loss of services for the individuals with developmental disabilities and their families residing in Baltimore City, and jobs lost by individuals with developmental disabilities. We would welcome the opportunity to work with the City Council in crafting a strategy aimed at increasing the wages of all workers in Baltimore City without jeopardizing the services and jobs presently benefiting citizens with developmental disabilities and their families. Thank you.
Did you want to submit that written testimony? You don't have to do it.
Yes, you have it in writing.
We have that?
You have written testimony.
You can electronically transmit it if you wish. And Matt, welcome.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Labor Committee. My name is Matt Rice. I am the Public Policy Specialist for People on the Go of Maryland. We are the statewide advocacy group for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Unfortunately, I'm here to testify in opposition to the City Council legislation as proposed to increase the minimum wage to $15 per hour. Quite simply, why this is because as people with developmental disabilities, we have to rely heavily on other people to provide us with the basic services that we need to be independent. Services that, quite frankly, people without disabilities don't need, so they don't know what it's like. If you are a direct support staff, you are charged with completing tasks such as bathing, feeding, dressing, or helping a person with a disability get to a job of their choosing. As Steve told you in his remarks earlier, the funding paradigm as it is currently set up does not permit community-based providers to offset any increase to the minimum wage that a local jurisdiction might make, unless that jurisdiction chooses to do so. I believe Prince George's County has not. This will be detrimental to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities within that locality. They are the people that I am charged with representing every day, the people whose civil rights I do my best to uphold. And something that you may not be aware of as the city council is that there's a subset of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities who self-direct their supports and services. This means they get a budget through the State Developmental Disabilities Administration. They are considered to be the employer of record, which means we determine what hours our employees work, the wages they're paid, and what they do when they work. So consequently, that makes me and those like me a business. We believe this is the best service model that a person with a disability can have, because it allows them to really determine what they do with their lives. But unfortunately, there's only about 26 people within Baltimore City who have the self-directed option right now. We would like to see that increased. One of our fears is that if the minimum wage increases to $15 per hour without an adjustment, a supplement to community-based providers and to people who self-direct, is that we quite simply will not be able to keep pace. When state minimum wage was raised to 10 2 years ago, we advocated at the state level to make sure that the provider rate, and consequently the rate that people who self-direct their services, is kept at least 30% above the cost of the minimum wage.
Matt?
Yes.
Thank you. I got some time restraints, but you did very well. You ought to be proud of yourself.
If I may just have one more minute, because there is a provision with...
Hold the microphone up close. Hold the microphone up close.
There's a provision within the bill that...
Hold the microphone close so they can hear it. There you are.
I'm sorry. Yes. There's a provision within the bill. I believe it's on page 10, section 2-.
You've done your homework.
2-3, I believe. It's in direct contradiction to state law.
3-2, not 2-3. You got it right.
Yeah.
Right.
My apologies, but it is in direct contradiction to state law, because recently state law was passed to phase out the use of special wage certificates over the next 4 years. Without the exceptions as they currently exist, I believe approximately 1,000 people within the city of Baltimore would be displaced before the transition is ready to be made.
Well, Matt, we're going to take that into consideration when we have the work sessions, Steve. But I do have some time restraints.
Okay.
You did very well. You even knew what section and what page that you wanted us to look at, and we did. But
Well, that's what they pay me for.
Move on. I'm sorry. You're next.
Thank you.
There you
My name is Ty Mulazim. I am the Executive Director, CEO of Shura Inc. Good evening, President Young, Chairman Karen, and distinguished members of the committee. It is my honor and privilege to come before the Labor Committee of the Baltimore City Council with my perspective on the proposed minimum wage legislation. I used to live and work in the Penn North community, and I was the executive director of the Penn North Association in the 1990s. I met Mary Pat Clark at that time. My husband and I opened an agency that provides personal supports, residential and vocational services to adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Our agency, Shura Inc., provides these services in Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and the Eastern Shore. A number of the people we support, as well as the staff who provide the services, live and work in Baltimore City. 17% of our staff in the Baltimore region live in the Sandtown-Winchester community. We were deeply affected by the curfew and other events in the city last year during the so-called riots. Our staff had to travel with a confirmation letter from our agency in order for them to be on the streets of Baltimore during the time of the curfew in order to get to the people with disabilities who needed their support. Many of the people supported by our agency were feeling extremely anxious and stressed about their safety at that time, concerns shared by our dedicated staff who didn't miss a shift. This was a difficult time in the history of our great city. I love Baltimore. I applaud the council for considering a wage increase to improve the lives of the citizens of Baltimore. Our staff work hard at demanding jobs, and we would like nothing better than to increase their salaries. But we receive our funding from the State of Maryland Developmental Disabilities Administration, DDA, and we have no ability to increase this funding when a local jurisdiction raises its minimum wage. Shura Inc., like so many other DDA licensed providers, is simply not in a position to make up the difference in salary that would be required if this bill were to pass. Without supplemental funding from the city, this proposed legislation will impact on our ability to remain solvent and our ability to continue to provide services in Baltimore City. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. One comment? Use the microphone, please. Hold on, guys.
I got lost in the shuffle because I had the wrong copy of the law in my notebook, so I couldn't catch up with what you. I got it now. I got it. I found it. That's not the issue. Are we talking about the same issue here in effect? No, we're not.
I think, Councilor Lee, may I comment? I think they're concerned that the state funds the providers at the state minimum wage, and if our minimum wage was higher, they would need something to supplement that to make them whole. Is that correct?
That's what you're saying. Yes. And that's for your employees. Yes. Is that what you're saying?
That is also
Use the microphone. Help him, Steve.
Sir.
This is the same.
Yes, that is also true for people who self-direct their services. We're not able to offset any increase that a local jurisdiction makes unless the local jurisdiction decides to supplement the cost.
Got you. So I think I understand. Good to see you again after all these years. I do actually remember. Yeah. You did a great job there. You started it up. I remember. Without, extending the time too long, self-direct. I know you talked about it, but I must have missed the first thing you said about it. And there's 26 people in Baltimore that do it, but
Yes.
I don't know what it is. I think I do, but what is it?
Self-direction is is a service model where an individual gets a budget from the Developmental Disabilities Administration to be the employer of record.
And that's why you're a business, or
Yes.
they're a bit. Okay.
Yes,
so that's
I actually
how they
have
are a business.
Right. That I actually have an EIN number with the IRS.
All right. So then, so you become a business, and then whoever you self-direct yourself to employ
Right.
is an employee working in the city of Baltimore. Well, for our purposes.
Right. Correct.
So you, and it's the same problem that the state is going to pay you for your self-directed employees a certain amount, and they're not going to rise to a local minimum wage.
Very succinct.
Oh,
No.
thank you. It's the first time in my life I've ever been succinct. Thank you.
No problem.
I got it. We
Thank
need
you.
to talk with you all so we can educate fast ourselves.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on. We have Monica McCall, Lee Kingham, and Chip Woods. All right, we have Monica, Lee, and Chip. Welcome to DuPern's Chambers and City Council.
Okay.
And whoever wants to lead us off, just make sure you use a microphone close to the microphone and speak loudly.
Are there any people, excuse me, is there any people across?
I'll tell you. Go ahead. Who's leading us off? Go ahead.
Good evening, Chairman Karen and members of the Labor Committee. My name
Go
is
ahead.
Dr. Monica McCall, and I am the founder and the Chief Executive Officer of Creative Options. Creative Options has been a Medicaid-funded provider with the State Developmental Disabilities Administration for almost 25 years. We provide supports for over 250 people with disabilities in the state of Maryland, including over 50 who live and or work in Baltimore City. And we employ over 300 employees, and of those employees...
Hold on. I'd like to hear the rest of that tune, but a little distracting.
It was
I
nice.
like the beat, but
No earth, wind, and fire right now.
options, it ain't.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. We employ over 340 employees, and of those
Hold the
employees,
microphone up. Go ahead.
215 are direct support professionals who are residents of Baltimore City.
Okay.
Our services include assisting and supporting people with disabilities in their homes with daily care needs, medical supports, transportation, and psychiatric and behavioral supports. In addition, we're part of Maryland's effort to be a work-first state by providing the supports that are needed for people with disabilities to obtain and maintain competitive employment. And as you've heard from some of my colleagues, the DDA uses the funds allocated by the legislator to contract for providers like Creative Options and others here before you. This evening, to provide the services and supports that are required by people to assist them in living as independent and have productive and meaningful lives. As a provider of care, if the local minimum wage were to increase, I have no way to recoup any of the increased costs. Because as a Medicaid provider, I am not permitted to charge fees, and I cannot simply send a bill to the DDA or the Developmental Disabilities Administration asking for an increase. It is for these reasons that Montgomery County raised its minimum wage. They also provided a local supplement to its intellectual and developmental disability providers. The current DDA reimbursement is $10.41 an hour. Remember, that's not a starting wage. This is the rate paid by the state, regardless of how long an employee has worked for my organization. It's up to the provider agency to figure out how to best allocate these funds. These should not be minimum wage jobs. As it is, most of our direct support professionals in Baltimore City work 2 and sometimes 3 jobs just to make a decent wage in order to support their families. If the city minimum wage goes up without a supplement from the city, at best, Creative Options may be able to scale back services in order just to get a minimum wage. But we risk losing our workforce to less demanding work that pays minimum wage and or other work paying above that minimum wage. And we already have significant challenges in recruiting and retaining a high-quality workforce. At worst, Creative Options may not be able to continue to provide services to people with disabilities in the city. This will mean a loss of employment for our direct support workers and a loss of support by the residents of Baltimore City who rely so much upon them. The rate hike also jeopardizes employment opportunities for the people with disabilities that we support. I worry about George. George is a man that we provide supports to who works at a supermarket in Hamden. He's been employed there for over 12 years, and I'm sure that the people in that community know him very well. The store manager believes that George is the best thing since ice cream. But this job, his job, can be done by others who may be more productive. At $15 an hour,
Monica, I
his
need you to- I
employer,
need you to
despite
wind
his
up.
fondness,
I need you to wind up. 'Cause
okay, despite his fondness for George, he may decide that he could no longer afford to employ him. So in conclusion, the minimum wage has to make sense to all citizens. We don't want to see our employees lose their jobs, nor do we want to see people with disabilities who are supported in their employment lose their jobs. It has to make sense to all of our
One quick question
citizens.
from the council lady.
So the state of Maryland itself increased the minimum wage and will go above the allocation per hour that DDA allows, right? All right, the state of Maryland increased the minimum wage, and not yet, but it will exceed what DDA allocates per hour for your employees. Who makes up the difference there?
There are various ways. One, there could be a cut in services, and there
So
are
in other words, there's no provision when that happens. When the state's minimum wage increases, get to the, I don't have them all memorized, get to that level.
right. We don't even, but we understand what you're asking.
You do, yeah, okay. You don't know what's going to happen with them. And they're the DDA, they're from them. How would we know? So, in other words, I'm not trying to be flip, but what, we can't be in a dilemma where we can't increase the minimum wage because you go out of business because of DDA. Meanwhile, the state's increasing the minimum wage. They're going to flip over their own DDA limit, and we need to go find the state, wherever they are hiding, and get
Please
them
let
to...
us know.
We want...
Oh, you want to know where they are, too. All right.
All right, can
Let's
we move
go
on?
find- yes.
We're going to move on to Lee.
We'll find them.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lee Kingham. I'm the CEO of Abilities Network, another developmental disabilities administration-funded organization. We provide services to 41 people in the city. We are a statewide agency, and we have people working in Park Heights and Roland Park and Canton and many areas of the city. And we are in the same position as Monica, as Steve Morgan, as Matt, and as...
Okay. Oh, good.
Yeah,
Well, at
so
least if once we understand
it's the same deal. But just to say that we also work in Montgomery County, and we are able to pay their minimum wage. But Montgomery County does supplement us down there, and that's how we're able to do their minimum wage as they increase it. So I just wanted to say two other things. One, Brandon Scott hopefully knows about this. I know he's
I
not
thought you
there.
looked over there.
I'm just looking at his chair. But he is
He was here.
he is on our board of directors and hopefully understands what I'm saying here. And
We
Councilman
understand
Clark.
what you're saying.
I know he's
got it.
really smart, and
Well,
you
he
are
is.
well. I think so. I live in your district,
All
Councilman
right, well,
Clark.
then you're smart.
Yes,
I don't know about that.
I must be then. So you'll definitely want to listen to me when I say that while we would love to pay the $15 minimum wage ultimately, we're not going to be able to do it without a supplement because DDA, again, if you can find them and find the right person to speak to, is not going to raise their rates as far as we know.
Okay. We have Chip. I'm sorry. Lost track there.
That's okay. Good evening, Council President
Speak
Young.
up, speak loudly,
Okay,
right.
Thank you. Council President Young, Chairman Curran, and members of the council. It's good to see you again. Also, Councilwoman Clark.
Oh, thank you.
Remember you from our days at St. Thomas, and thank you for all your support. And I represent St. Peter's Adult Learning Center, which was founded by a Sister of Mercy, Sister Catherine Newsline.
Oh.
Many years in Southwest Baltimore, so I'm honored to be serving as their executive director. I've been there 12 years, and I'm also actually from the area of Southwest Baltimore. So it's very personal to me. It's similar to the same sentiment and discussion that my colleagues have shared with the challenges of serving as a DDA provider. That being said, it is personal because we are located in Southwest Baltimore, and we have faced the challenges of crime and blight and so forth. But as our good foundress said, be good stewards of what you have and share those resources to help the poor and the marginalized. And so our effort really is always to serve our folks, to be contributing members of society. That being said, as a DDA provider since 1982, we take that very seriously. Not only are we a provider for DDA, but we are also an anchor to the Mount Clair community. We hire people in our community. Folks are volunteering in our community. We are seeking integration, not separation. This past year, our folks volunteered about 20,000 hours in Baltimore City. That has a value. If you look under the Maryland Department of Volunteerism, it's roughly about $500,000 in value. All of that was in Baltimore City. Our folks earn, we're an employment first state, earn roughly about $600,000 in totality. Again, we are heavily subsidized by DDA and now the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. So some of the issues that are also facing providers is that we are also facing other challenges from the federal level as we're required to comply with the Department of Labor overtime rule by December 1st of this year. The rate doubles the salary ceiling for employees to become exempt from overtime pay. Providers are also working to comply with federal law called the Home and Community-Based Service Rule, enacted in 2014, and slated for full implementation by mid-March 2019. The rule places, and rightly so, greater emphasis on community integration for those we serve. Compliance will cost money, but providers have not received additional funding. Yet our obligation to protect the health and safety of the individuals we serve remains. We have no ability to change or alter the rates set by DDA. That doesn't stop us from going to Annapolis every year and legislating, not just by ourselves, but with the people that we serve, their family members. These mounting requirements raise the question of whether St. Peter's, just like any other provider,
can continue to operate as it does today. It would be terribly unfortunate, considering the tremendous progress that a lot of our providers have made, not just in placing people in jobs, but having them be successful, contributing members of society through the Employment First initiatives. We've started to see the fruits of our labor through staff training partnerships with for-profit companies, and additional evidence that people with disabilities can work in the community with adequate supports and successful not only for themselves but for their employer.
Chip,
Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Thank you.
In closing,
I'll call him.
in closing, at St. Peter's, we would be willing to share our space should you decide to have additional work groups to study this matter, and also for meeting space. We ask that Baltimore City government should maybe buy into the wage hike with a supplement for the developmental disability providers in order to keep us afloat with that area.
Okay. Thank you, Chip.
Thank you for letting me present.
And we understand the situation because the funding from the state is at the 10-10 level. If we have to do that, we understand that. And we, the government, local government would have to supplement that. We understand that. Yes, lady. Use the microphone. Use the microphone. Use the microphone.
Oh, not necessarily. I mean, that's what they do in Montgomery.
Right, that's what they do in Montgomery, yes.
Well, in Montgomery, the Montgomery County government supplements.
Right.
Yeah.
The difference,
For
the
their
gap,
own.
the gap funding.
Gap
Yes.
funding for
Yes.
their own minimum wage law.
Okay. All right.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard you, yeah.
We got it. Thank you.
Okay.
We don't, we're not obliged to do that. It's just you're talking about
Right.
what it would be nice.
We're
It's
just
not
highly
only that
recommending
it
it.
would be nice.
I
we're just
believe
saying
there,
that
hold
we
on,
would-
hold on, guys. I believe if we didn't supplement it and this happened, that services would have to be curtailed.
Correct.
That's we understand. We're moving on. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Penny Trotney? Penny? Adisa Muse? Adisa? Adisa. Penny and Adisa. Are you Penny? Are you Adisa?
No, Adisa's a man.
All right. Ethel Walker?
Susan Clark.
What's your name, ma'am? Yes.
Susan Clark.
I.
A lovely name.
Oh, I got you here. Come on, Susan. Come on down. Come on down. You leaving, Jack?
Oh, there's Adisa.
Adisa, Susan, and who else we have here?
I'm Ethel Walker.
Councilwoman Clark is going to hold the fort down for a few minutes. Well, I'll be right back.
Tell me what,
Right.
what this timing
That's right.
mechanism
He will.
Oh,
Well,
tell me.
10 minutes,
All right,
10,
so
12.
there's 10 minutes
Between
for
you
the
guys. No.
panel, for the panel. So you're on your own to keep your comments, so we do it all in 10 minutes.
Right, you're fine.
Okay, thanks. Ladies before gentlemen?
Okay. You want me to go first?
All right. I have to start with Susan Clark.
Right. Well, my name is Susan Clark, as you know.
I
I'm a
do.
geriatric nursing assistant at Future Care Cold Spring.
Up against the microphone, because they're not really high.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah,
Can you hear
actually,
me?
it's best if you almost pull it off like this. Right.
All right,
And
how's
then-
this?
Okay.
That's better?
Yes.
Okay. Again, my name is Susan Clark. I'm a nursing assistant at Future Care Cold Spring, and I'm also a member of 1199E. I'm here to support Fight for 15 because I believe in by raising the minimum wages that it will help families to thrive, so to speak. I mean, me and my husband both, we are full-time employees, and we do make $14 an hour. But even with that, we still depend on the state to help us out because I still receive food stamps, and I also receive medical assistance for me and my kids. So yes, I am in support of Fight for 15. I think it'll help a lot of people out.
Thank
And I also think it will help with the crime in the city. Thank you.
I hope so. Thank you.
Hello, and my name is Ethel Walker.
I just want to say hello to everyone. It has been a great evening. It's been a long evening, but it's been great. And I'm grateful to be here. I'm a member of Local 44, Council 67, with the president, Glenn Middleton. I'm excited to be a part. I totally agree with the $15 an hour. Started out as a single parent, and it was rough, but I did it. I succeeded in doing it, and I'll continue to do what I need to do. I believe that with the $15 hike and a $17 hike, a $19 hike, and a $21 hike eventually coming, that we will resolve a lot of the problems that we have here on the earth. I believe strongly in getting ahead. I believe strongly in helping other people. I believe that money is power. And part of my testimony in knowing that money is power, it is now time for that power to drizzle down on the rest of us. I'm very interested in owning my own home, and I believe I'll be there soon because I'm working on that, my husband and I. I'm very grateful to have him as a husband because he's a great support to me. I'm grateful to be here on tonight, and I just want to say thank you to everyone who came out and who is out to help support us in all that we're doing. And keep up the good work.
Thank you. Keep up your own good work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Muse.
Good evening, Councilwoman Clark, and good evening, Councilman Reisinger. My name is Adisa Muse, and I am the Political and Legislative Director for Maryland Working Families. And it's been a long evening, and we want to thank the committee for its patience. And Maryland Working Families, along with the members of the coalition, hope that the committee will continue its commitment to giving this very critical issue fair and full consideration. And we're also very grateful for your leadership on this bill. Thank you. But we've had a lot of testimony tonight, but let's not forget what the core issue is. As the city economy has improved, the wages of lower income workers have been stagnant, while the household wealth of affluent Baltimoreans has been consistent with economic growth, if it hasn't outpaced it. Simply put, as the economy has picked up, the wealthy have seen the lion's share of the benefit. And egregiously, too many wage earners have realized zero benefit from these gains. A $15 minimum wage in the city of Baltimore could wage raises for more than 1/5 of the city's workforce and help realign wages with living cost. As said earlier by the Economic Policy Institute, their family budget calculator estimates that a single worker in Baltimore needed to earn $33,994 a year in 2014. That's approximately $16 an hour to cover basic living cost. And a single worker supporting a child needed $59,134 annually, translating to approximately $28 an hour. So we're looking for a $15 minimum wage by 2020 that would only bring many of Baltimore's families closer to meeting their basic needs. Now, we've heard a lot of testimony tonight, and we've heard great testimony from workers in Baltimore City who will benefit from increased earnings, and small businesses that will benefit from increased spending from these workers, and small businesses that pay above $15 now or are on pace to pay above $15 in 2020. They have not only attested to the moral imperative of raising worker wages to $15 by 2020, but to the economic importance and to the great business sense that this is as well. So I'm not going to take up any more time. I think that a lot of things have been stated, and I wish to continue to thank you for your leadership on this bill.
Thank you for your leadership as well.
Thank you.
Maria Quinteros, yes. Antoine Dow and Alethea McCaskill, you are on. Are you here? Alethea is here. All right, Alethea. Is Antoine Dow here?
I'm in place of Antoine.
What's your name, sir?
Father Ty Hollinger. I'm
I know
later
Ty.
on the list.
How are you doing?
Good.
And what about Maria Quinteros? Okay, so I should have one more person.
Well, you can have
Anthony Williams, are you still in the house?
Yes, come on up.
Mr. Williams, I've come to your name. Come on.
Hold up.
We've been talking about where he is on this list since we first started this evening. Okay, Mr. Williams, no autographs on the way to the testimony, please. Okay, we have 10 minutes.
Yes, yes.
10 minutes as a group. So, ladies before gentlemen, and then we'll go right across to Mr. Williams, okay?
Well, thank you. Good evening, and thank you all for sticking by us for such a long evening.
That's all right, it's worth it.
I am Alethea McCaskill, and I am the owner of Tender Tots Daycare. I am also a regional leader for SEIU Local 500. The idea of minimum hourly wage for $15 is now knocking at Baltimore City Council's door, and I believe it is your responsibility now to welcome it. It is of great imagination of Baltimore's great potential with such a minimum standard for many working families. The course has now been set in other states and in DC, and I've heard a lot of testimony this evening in opposition to minimum wage. But I must say that I am a business owner for the past 18 years, and I have been able to sustain my employees with low turnover because of the work environment that they are subjected to. So for those who are in opposition, I just want to say to you that perhaps you may want to take on a creative or innovative mindset, because I believe that where there is a will, there has to be a way. You know, it's very disheartening to me as a child care provider to have young children to stay home from school or stay out of camps because they have to take care of their young siblings because there is such, you know, a disruption in economic funding in their home.
Really?
I so believe that if we can come to an agreement with raising the minimum wage, that we can help the city of Baltimore. You see, I am a product of Baltimore City, although I don't physically live here. My soul is here. My funds come back here. I come back here for entertainment weekly. My family is here, and most of the clients that we serve come from Baltimore City. And what they have to be faced with is they have to get subsidies for childcare, for housing, and for food. And it's very disheartening when these parents have to take their children out of quality daycare, when they can't afford to pay their children, and when they can't afford to pay, get quality food to eat. And it's what I find to be where the opposition stands is I hear them saying, it's so drastic and it's so dramatic. But the Baltimore City is in a dramatic and drastic state. I think that with the increase of the minimum wage, we can deter some of the crime because we can now offer some of those who would go into maybe alternative means of supporting themselves, that perhaps they would have, the idea of I can support myself with sustainable wages. Many workers, and I have personally been blessed, but many workers are faced with just humiliation of going to work every day, with having to work long hours, not spending time with their children, and it has personally had a direct effect on the child care community. So I just urge the city council to just welcome the increase of minimum wage for Baltimore City, because it's not just for Baltimore City. It's not just for the state of Maryland, it's for the United States. It's not just our economical responsibility, but I think it is ethically and morally sound. Thank you.
Thank you. Father Ty from Blessed Sacrament.
Well, it's hard to top that, and I won't be able to, so thank you. But I'm here as I'm Father Ty Hollinger, pastor of St. Anthony of Padua, St. Dominic, and Most Precious Blood churches. So pastor of 3 churches.
With St. Mary's of Assumption and Blessed Sacrament.
Oh, and I'm also a member of Interfaith Worker Justice, both here in Maryland and the national part of that. And it's on both of those really relationships that I come to you tonight as pastor and pastoring with families in Baltimore. And as we just heard, we are in a crisis. We're in a many faceted crisis in this city. One part of that crisis was just brilliantly brought to our attention in a studied way by a recent Able Foundation report that they released out in May, the double crisis affecting the high cost of rental housing and the lack of affordability of housing for the residents of the city of Baltimore. We see in our churches each day the impact of unaffordable housing, and especially unaffordable housing with dignity for Baltimore families, where we try to provide what tiny little resources we can to prevent evictions of people out of rental housing. In that report, I just looked at the neighborhoods around my parishes. These are neighborhoods in Northeast, Frankfurt, Parkside, Hamilton. And what the research shows is that the wage a worker would need to earn in order to afford a 2-bedroom rental apartment is anywhere from $18 to $22 an hour. So quite frankly, I'm here strongly to support $15 an hour, but my heart says that ain't enough either. So we certainly know that 1010 is nowhere near what Baltimore families will already need in order to live a life of financial and peaceful security. That's why there are, at any day in Baltimore City, tens of thousands of Baltimore families at threat of homelessness because of the threat of eviction or foreclosure. So raising the wage to $15 an hour will give every Baltimore family that much more ability to have a truly sustainable living life, and will prevent the forced displacement of so many people who are being displaced because of the high costs of living in this city and the poverty wages that continue to be paid by employers. I just want to also that this is a moral right has been brought up many times, and there's just one little aspect of that I wanted to highlight. I just came across a reading by someone that said that, it doesn't matter whether work is done in a system of private ownership of the means of production or in a system where ownership has undergone a certain socialization. The relationship between the employer and the worker is resolved on the basis of the wage. That was not a Marxist. That wasn't even Pope Francis, if you're trying to guess. It was a much more conservative guy. That was Pope John Paul II back in the 1970s. That the relationship between employers and workers is resolved on the basis of the wage. He also said that's how we can judge with justice the quality of that relationship. We've had the brilliant opportunity here tonight, as just also said, from employers who see a tremendous value in the relationship they have with their workers, and they're showing that. It's demonstrable. You can see it because they are paying just wages. To those that somehow fear that they cannot, well, I would just also encourage the advice that has just been given, but also say that's the very reason this bill is needed, is because of that relationship is so precious. And when that relationship is not fully just, it is the duty of our society to provide the means to provide the justice. And so this bill is necessary because some businesses don't value their workers enough. And they may continue to not want to value their workers, but by God, they're going to have to pay them a just wage. And so I urge your strong support for this bill. And one other aspect is interfaith worker justice. A huge issue is wage theft. And I would also urge that this bill be passed with the strong protections for workers to be able to issue complaints, and for the Wage Commission to be able to have strong enforcement and strong oversight so that workers won't be deprived unjustly of their wages. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Ty.
Thank you.
Anthony, I know you waited a long time. But welcome to City Council. He's going.
Oh. Hello, my name is Anthony Williams. I'm kind of worn out sitting here listening to all this.
Hold the microphone close.
Yeah, I'm kind of worn out sitting here listening to all this. My name is Anthony Williams, born and raised in Baltimore City. I'm currently homeless, and living on the street. What I have to say is that, well, let me tell you a story. In the winter, I was living in the overflow shelter, and I met a 19-year-old kid. I'm 52 years old, and I used to talk to him and try to, like, encourage him, you know, because he was 19 years old. He had a dispute with his family, so he was, you know, he had to leave. So I stayed with this guy. You know, we, ate the lousy food and did all we had to do. And he finally got a job at $20 an hour. Okay? Yeah. Got a job at $20 an hour. And his name is Will. And I don't see him anymore within the homeless population because he moved on. Again, I am, anyway, I received TDAP, temporary, TDAP, temporary
Use the
disability
microphone closer,
assistance.
close, yeah.
Sorry, temporary disability assistance program.
Okay.
Which I get $185 a month. I get food stamps, which is about $189 a month. I continue living on the street. I forgot to say, I am a member of HUN, Housing Our Neighbors, and I'm also a member of the Unity Workers as well. And I think it's very important to raise the minimum wage because coming out of homelessness, we need to be able to sustain ourselves to the amount of money to get us ahead. Right now, it's difficult to get ahead. And I can tell you why. Number one, like I said, I'm living on the street. My TDAP was cut off. My $185 was cut off. That means I have absolutely no money. So I'm doing soup kitchens and those things of that nature. So, with that said, I think everyone deserves a living wage. So, I got a job before I got my housing. Now think about this. The First Unitarian Church hired me today at $15 an hour.
Whoa.
Okay?
All right.
Absolutely. And the day was great. So that's great, right?
Yeah.
I have a Section 8 voucher that I've had since February 9th, the day I got it. Struggling back and forth with landlords, trying to get into housing. Nobody really wanted to take it because I had Section 8. Therefore, my one-bedroom apartment is going to be inspected on Monday, which means that I'll be moving into an apartment, right? Thank God that I was able to get a job at $15 an hour so I could pay my rent for my Section 8 apartment, okay, that I'm going to soon eventually move on. And think about the college students that's tripling up and doubling up, trying to make it. You know, I've known kids that are in college that are living out of their lockers right now. And people don't really know this, but there's actually our young people living out of lockers because they can't afford to have housing and go to school at the same time, okay? Also, the jobs, we need more jobs. I think it's very important, and I think everyone deserves a living wage. Not only that, but being that I live on the street, right? If I get caught loitering, I get a fine. Trying to sleep somewhere in a park or on a sidewalk or try to find a hidden spot. If I get a ticket, that puts me behind because I won't be able to afford to pay for it. Therefore, I get arrested, then I go to jail. If I had a job and then I had all these payments because of my loitering, right? I can't afford to pay them, so I would lose my job because the warrant squad would come to my job and take me to jail. So these are things that are real every day, you know, and it will help tremendously, tremendously if you raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and so we can stop suffering, families stop suffering, and people stop suffering. How would you feel? Now, look at this.
Anthony, I need
All
you
right,
to
I'm gonna wrap it up.
wrap it up. Good,
All right.
good job. You're doing good.
Okay. As someone that owns a business, you go home every night to a place to live, and I can't understand. Your own employees are suffering because they're not making enough money, but yet and still you refuse to want to raise the minimum wage, and thank you for letting me share that.
Thank you, Anthony. All right. We're getting into the home stretch here, so Nicholas Johnson. Thank you, Father Ty. Nicholas Johnson and Liz Della Rosa. Liz here? Liz here? How about Roxanne Rogers? Roxanne? Brian McComas. Brian McComas? Chris Hanneman. Chris? You're Chris? Yes, sir. Come on up. So we got Chris and Nicholas, right? Yes. Great. Welcome to New Burns Chambers. We got a laptop presentation.
Oh, jeez.
That's right.
Well, I wouldn't do that to you.
That's right. Whoever wants to start, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Nicholas Johnson. I own a furniture store called Sukasa, one in Fells Point, one in Towson, and one in Ellicott City.
Okay.
For me, this isn't about the minimum wage. This is about what the law's intent is. And I believe that the law's intent is to bring people up out of poverty. So for me, the differences between paying and earning. All of my employees earn more than the proposed $15 an hour minimum wage. None of them are paid more than that. They earn it. They earn it through skills that they've acquired either working for me or on their own. They have had minimum wage jobs where they learn skills, all of those things. And so to simply mandate that I need to pay them more, it doesn't work. In business, we figure out how much I pay my employees based on earnings, based on revenue. And so simply deciding that I have to pay them more doesn't work out financially. There's a mathematical equation that determines how much my employees earn. If you go back in history, I don't think there's been enough history between other cities raising their minimum wages to $15 an hour to analyze the effects truly and carefully. But you can go back a little bit further to the mid-'80s and look at welfare reform, which was intended on lifting people out of poverty. There's something called the Riverside Miracle, where in the late 80s, there's a county in California that focused all of its welfare efforts on getting people jobs. Didn't matter what job it was, just get a job. There are other counties that surround Riverside County and focus on job training. The Riverside Miracle comes out because it seemed on the surface that simply getting them the money raised them out of poverty, until you let enough time elapse where you could get an accurate comparison between people who went through job training programs and the people who simply got jobs. After 7 years, the people who got job training surpassed the people who were still earning minimum wage, not just in the wages that they earned, but in the unemployment that they were experiencing. If you give people job training rather than simply giving them the money, they actually do better for themselves. They're emotionally connected to the money that they earn, they're more proud, and they're happier people. You cannot simply mandate that they need to get more money, they need to earn more money.
Thank you. Okay. Chris?
Yes, sir.
Right. Your time.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Hannon. I'm a graduate of the Naval Academy, and I have a business called Bo Brooks. It's been around for 50 years.
I thought you moved to Texas.
No, we had to stop in Texas, but I appreciate it.
Bo Brooks, yeah.
Bo Brooks Crab House? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I was
I guess half curious. I wasn't even, to be honest with you, sure what the minimum wage was. The average wage at Bo Brooks is $18.33. So right now, we're seasonal, but I have 144 employees. I've paid $964,000 thus far in wages and salaries. Why am I coming here? Because I don't know how much more I can do. As a business owner, there's a special group of people that I've worked with over the past 6 years that have done it. So that group is, I've hired 150 people with felony convictions. They are the only people that start out at minimum wage, generally within 2 years. They're on their path making, right now I have a guy who was in prison 2 years ago, he's making $13 an hour. They keep going on, many of them are fantastic success stories. I don't have the compression that people have talked about between what would be 8 roughly, and if we're doing easy numbers, 8 to 18, that's $10. People want to see a separation between that. They want to know that they're earning more, that they've worked for 4 or 5 years. So all wages will go up. The people that are currently making $17 an hour are going to want an equivalent raise to do that. On a payroll of my size, you're talking of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm here to just tell you I don't have that money. I'm happy to do my part within Baltimore City. I've been to funerals of some of the kids whose friends have been shot. I've helped people. I've gone with them to their methadone clinics. I've done everything I can to help my employees. I can't support doing a $15 minimum wage. I don't have the ability to provide on-the-job training for $15 an hour. Some issues have been brought up regarding the tip wage. In that particular group, I can give you specific statistics. My bartenders and servers make on average between $20 and $25 an hour. I can't find enough. So I don't know that our problem necessarily is that they're not earning enough money in my particular case, or in fact, most of the businesses that surround me. The same mantra is we can't find enough people at $20 to $25 an hour. And we've had employees who've been with us for 50 years. Literally, the person who actually knew Bo Brooks is still working at Bo Brooks. So I come to you just saying there's going to be unintended consequences. I don't for a second think that we're on necessarily different teams, or we don't want a better Baltimore, or we don't want to help, or that there's not anything I can do. I'm here to tell you that I'm in the same boat as most restaurant owners, is that I don't know that I can do much more. In particular, $15 minimum wage will have an extreme detrimental effect, most likely upon those people that need the assistance and opportunity the most.
Councilwoman Clark?
Yes, ma'am.
Not to go into your whole business model or whatever, but I thought you started out by saying you're paying your people $18 an hour.
That's the average wage of my employees.
your
So out of
average wage.
out of 124 people who collected paychecks, the average wage of those hourly employees, I took out salaried employees for you as well. Hourly employees, the average earned wage was $18.33. My dishwashers, on average, on average was $10 an hour. You don't last long as a dishwasher because I need you to learn how to steam crabs, how to cook food, how to prep salads.
So you sound like you're a great candidate for all this. I think we should talk. Yeah, thanks.
Where, you want a crab cake?
No. I mean, he's already doing what
He should be doing. Sure, thank you.
But let me also add that I don't know that I can keep doing that were legislation imposed upon me to say that I have to do things at $15. I'll do it on my own, and quite honestly, I think you'd be surprised a huge number of business owners are in the same boat. I'm more afraid of the unintended consequences of what seemingly is a good idea. And that, again, I can give countless examples of people from a gentleman who was addicted to heroin and making $11 and wanted to drop out to now is probably my proudest success story, who made $59,000 last year.
All right.
Good.
I think we can.
He earned it.
So we're not asking for.
Oh, use microphone. I can't hear you.
This is about a wage.
Hold on, guys. Let's keep it quiet for next. Let's move
And
on.
I put a timer on, 2 minutes and 36 seconds left on that 10-minute panel.
You done good. Thank you.
And thank you for.
All right. Thank you for staying. Jack Weber. Kathy Holmes. Kathy? All right. I know you guys been waiting.
I don't know if you, I'm a little sore from sitting there.
These chairs aren't any softer up here.
I know.
Thank you. Welcome to Dew Burns Chambers, City Council Chambers. Go ahead, gentlemen and ladies.
Yes, my name is Jack Weber. I'm president of Uptown Press. We've been in business for over 60 years here right off of 23rd Street in Baltimore.
Is that by the cemetery?
No, I used to have one by a cemetery on
Sure.
that was when Mike Kern was
Uptown
around. In any case, I am the husband of Dr. Manlove, that you have been so kind over the years. She has 165 employees on staff, and I would never speak on her behalf because she would prefer me not to do that. But I do know that she is concerned about this as much as I am. And I'd like to talk a little bit about justice and what justice and who justice really is. The truth of the matter is, justice at this time, as I see it, is just us, the business owners who come forward and provide opportunities and jobs in Baltimore City. Justice, in my opinion, is just us, all of us employees, who act as a conduit for returning citizens that start with a minimum wage into our businesses. I have hired over the last 35 years over 100 ex-offenders, returning citizens. I sit on the Correctional Education Council, help direct prison industry education to train men and women with job skills to come and be employed in my business and other businesses throughout Baltimore. Most of those that are released from prison return either to Baltimore City or Prince George's County. I need to start out these jobs at $9, maybe $10 an hour to get a feel for what this employee is about. An example of one of those employees was Raheem. I brought him on. He had been in prison for 20 years. He worked for 5 years in my business and then became the manager of our bindery operation, making over $45,000 a year, left me and made another $10,000 at the next. We are the beginning incubator for a lot of opportunities for Baltimore City Schools. I'm also the chairman of the local advisory council for Baltimore City Schools, in which we provide job, work, learning experiences for the Baltimore City Schools. This brings justice to what's going on here in Baltimore. But the problem is it's just us doing it. It's the business people that support us. Justice is just us because we provide that listening ear, like she will share in just a few moments, the listening ear that she has for her employees, as our employees come to us to seek justice because they don't understand why they're having all this money taken out for child support and they only get 65% of their wages. That's just us. We're dealing with justice on a regular basis. We're the change agents, the business owners of this city. We're the backbone that unify and provide entry-level jobs throughout the state. A fair minimum wage that is multiple state is the best way to approach this, because by having a cooperation amongst all the states in the surrounding areas brings justice to us as business owners and for our employees to build and their benefits for their lives and for us to support the current activities that we're engaged in as businesses on a regular basis. And I think sometimes we're looked at as the bad guy, and honest to goodness, I'm not the bad guy.
You're gonna be a bad guy if you keep talking.
I'll be a bad guy if I keep talking. All right.
Thank you, Jack. Kathy.
My name is Catherine Holmes, and my family owns K&W Finishing, which is a bindery that's been in Baltimore City for 30 years. It's hard to hear some of the testimony because you can't find a company that cares more about its people than K&W Finishing. You know, we take them out of prison, we take them to the bank and help them get bank accounts. I've filed their divorces, I do their taxes for them so they don't have to pay.
Too?
What's that?
Do you mow the lawns?
No, but I got guys for that though. And you know, we're like he said, we're an incubator. We take care of people. But the fact is that we make pocket folders. And people don't want to pay any more money tomorrow for their pocket folder than they did today. And so we're dealing with reality here. We can only sell our product for so much. The economy turned sharply in 2008. We're still trying to recover from that. Between the local, the state, and the federal legislature, it's chronically sort of pushing more down on our heads as we're treading water. You know, we're paying $230,000 a year for 24 employees to have health insurance. This additional increase to $15 an hour minimum wage would cost us an extra $156,000 a year. Now, we used to employ 95 employees. We're down to 45 today because of the economic pressures that we're under. And this is what I'm seeing here is more economic pressure. And like some of the folks said on the panel just before us, you know, I have 24 people that make under $21 an hour. Under $15 an hour. Each one of these people has the same opportunity as my guys that make $25 an hour. The difference is that they don't take advantage of the opportunity. You know, they make sure they call out of work a certain amount of times each month so they can keep their income low enough that they can still get the $1,000 a month. And I got a lot of stories for you, sir. They can keep their income below the threshold so they can still get the $1,000 a month they get in food stamps. You know, they know how to work the system. They know how to play the system. That is the business that's passed down from generation to generation in Baltimore City is how to get money out of the system. And you do have these people that rise above that. And those are my folks that are making more, or like Jack said, that have come and learned all they can from me and have topped out with me, and they've moved on to better jobs. You know, we've learned today there are people that pay a lot more than I pay at K&W Finishing. If my people were willing to work hard enough to step into those jobs, they would make that money. It's a sad thing. It's the way it is. Like I said, you can either decide to move forward in life or you can decide to stay where you are. We need jobs for all types of people. We need jobs for the types of people that decide, hey, I've plateaued. I don't want to learn that machine. I don't want to do that. And we need jobs for people that want to learn and grow and advance, you know?
You all right?
What's that?
You good?
Yeah. We need a way to find a way to motivate the workforce to improve themselves. And that's what I'm not seeing with this bill is we're not encouraging the workforce to improve themselves. We're saying
and move up the food chain.
That's exactly right. And if you want to hear all the stories, just give me a call and I'll explain a whole lot about how Baltimore City works.
I've heard a couple stories already on that from. And you are?
Hi, I'm Kathleen Lyon. I don't know that you called my name, but
You're
on
who?
the list, Kathleen Lyon.
Okay, go ahead.
You let me talk? Thank you. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I promise that I'll be brief. I know it's been a long day for everyone here today. I'd like to just talk very, very briefly again about why this proposal is bad economic policy at an already vulnerable time. Before I get into the policy aspects, I'd like to tell you that I love this city with all of my heart. Both of my parents were born and raised here. They chose to have their family in the city, and I too have chosen with my husband to do the same. It is not always an easy place to live or to do business, but we invest our energy in working towards making it better for everyone. My father and I run 2 movie theaters, the Charles and Senator Theater, and tried to make Baltimore a place where there is rich culture, respected history, dynamic and diverse urban offerings, and a place where people can be excited about and proud of. I will also add that we are the last 2 independently owned movie theaters in the city of Baltimore. As you know, in 2014, the Maryland General Assembly voted to increase the minimum wage. To that end, we have been raising every 6 months wages pursuant to the new legislation schedule. Making Baltimore City an outlier in the region will have many unintended results. We will have no choice but to cut jobs and raise prices, also putting us in the precarious situation of sharing customers with businesses, in our case, fewer than 2 miles away, whose minimum wage will be nearly 50% less than ours. We will not only have to raise the wages of our floor staff, primarily part-time students and young people who sell popcorn and tear tickets, but we will have to raise the wages of our managers, who will reasonably require significantly higher wages than those that they are managing. Payroll costs will increase dramatically, along with increased payroll taxes, and in order to cover costs, not only will prices go up, but we will have to eliminate many of those minimum wage positions, consolidating what were formerly the jobs of 3, many of whom found their first jobs with us, to 1. With higher prices, we also risk alienating those of our customers on fixed incomes. At the Charles, our demographic skews much older, and any price increase is acutely felt. Government workers, and as well those of us in the private sector who are not enjoying such significant pay increases. Customers will instead choose to eliminate entertainment from their personal budgets or patronize the surrounding counties with much, much lower prices. As small business owners, we exist on razor-thin margins, and in Baltimore City, we are also penalized by our crime rate. We both have to lure customers who are afraid and pay more for liability insurance premiums. After the events of last spring, business is down and premiums have gone up, based in part on a risk analysis used to determine probability of loss on the premises. Factors include the likelihood of rape, arson, homicide, assault, and burglary taking place at our business. With scores of 10 on a scale of 1 to 10, the logarithms produce significantly higher premiums and yet another excessive cost for the small business trying to make it within the city limits. We cannot be put in the position of competing with neighboring jurisdictions when we are not only the most dangerous, but the most expensive place to decide to see a movie.
Thank you. And thank you for the Senator. Theater. All right, Chris Becker and Carville Collins. Chris? Chris here? Yep. Carville? Chris and Carville, and we're going to add another one to you. Is Blair Middleton here? Blair? Come on. All right. You want to say that? Come. Good. Lid is off. We're getting close here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Councilwoman Clark, sorry about that, and all the members of the Labor Committee. My name is Chris Becker, and I'm the chef and CEO and partner of the Bagby Restaurant Group here in Baltimore.
Okay.
BRG is a local business and has 7 locations we'll have about 9. We'll have 9 by 2017, with over 300 employees, 125 of which are in Baltimore City. I was born, raised, and live in Baltimore City, and just as my parents were, I'm a proponent and believer of businesses having a societal practice towards businesses and giving back to the community in some form or fashion. As I've helped BRG grow and done so with building and maintaining a strong people-first company culture in mind, I personally believe in income equality and understand our people are the most important part of our business. But as someone said earlier, minimum wage is a starting point and not a sustainable long-term solution. Increasing minimum wage will cut off the opportunities we have given to entry-level employees. Some of these people who have worked with me and have moved up to $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 annually. I just wanted to touch base on that point that, I've had people that have followed me from, when I first started cooking and being a chef at the wine market 12 years ago. And I've had people that have worked with me for the last 10, 11 years. Some of them have started at minimum wage far before.
So you own a restaurant?
Huh?
You own a restaurant?
I am the CEO and partner of a restaurant group.
Restaurant.
Yep.
All right.
And
I need to move
we
on,
have
but I'll ask you one question.
we have Bagby Pizza, Fleet Street Kitchen, and 1010 in Harbor East, and a bunch in the county.
Let me ask you one question. What sort of turnover do you have of employees?
We have actually very minimal turnover. There's 25% of our staff
That's
that we
fine.
constantly are turning over, but then there's a large core group of our staff that, we've seen very rare turnover. We actually got Baltimore's best places to work in Baltimore Sun and Baltimore Magazine last year, which is really unheard of for a hospitality group.
Okay.
I
need to move on.
I know we've always are looking for new locations, and with this bill being passed, it's definitely making an impact on our decision on where we're looking.
Whether you look.
Yeah, just because of the cost, but yeah.
All right, Carvel. Carvel Collins, CC. I'm sure they
Thank
call
you,
that
Mr.
somewhere
Chairman.
along the line. Go ahead.
Thank you for that warm welcome, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Carvel Collins. I am a lifelong city resident. I'm here representing Davco Restaurants. We are the local franchisee for all of Wendy's 99 stores all across the state of Maryland, including 6 stores here in Baltimore City, where we employ about 200 employees. I have a written statement that I'll leave with the committee. I think everyone knows quick service restaurants like ours are the ultimate entry-level employer. Many of our employees come to us for their first job, not just any job, their first job, and we provide them with the training and skills they need to be successful. 2/3 of our hourly employees are 25 years old or younger, and most do not work full-time. We are here to explain the consequences to us and to those employees of ours. Now, in addition to the economic consequences that Dr. Voorhees, your economist, has presented, there are consequences to us that they're not predictions. They're not opinions. They are not what my friend Mr. Greco calls BS. They are facts. They are happening right now, and they have already happened. The consequences are, first, Mr. Fry and the owner of the Senator Theater mentioned the cross-border issue. In our industry, in fast food, lower-skilled workers are displaced by higher-skilled workers from surrounding jurisdictions, seeking the higher wages that this bill would require. It is certain, based on our experience, and we've been in this business a long time, it is certain that city residents will lose jobs to county residents. The second consequence, the well-intentioned proponents are suggesting it is a needed pay raise. Yes, we all want a pay raise. But in our business, it's a job killer. It's a job killer to those who lose their jobs. For our stores that have had to close, it's a job killer for all 35 of our employees in that store. Now, since the minimum wage increase was implemented at the state level, and it's only been a $1 bump from $7.25 to $8.25, we've had to close 5 restaurants in Maryland, one of which was here in the city on Northern Parkway, for the reason of higher wages and benefits.
Oh, West Northern Parkway.
West Northern Parkway, yes, at Wabash. The third and final consequence, Mr. Chairman, if I may, in our industry, we fight to survive. And we do all that we can do. We work daily to contain and reduce our costs. But what we're looking at with legislation such as this, it's a 50% increase in our wage costs in 4 years. That constitutes rate shock to our industry. Now, last month, Wendy's, the national Wendy's, announced that self-service ordering kiosks will be made available to all restaurants later this year. That's the machine instead of workers. This is not a threat, it's a reality. It is what it is. Franchisees like us who fight to survive, we fight to keep our costs down, we have to do what we have to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this young lady, what's your name?
My name is Ann Costlow.
Okay.
I'm on a different list, but
Different list, all right.
been here. So I am the president of the Govinstown Business Association.
Who you, were you with? Who are you with?
I'm the president of the Govinstown Business Association,
Oh, okay.
an
Councilman
RDBL.
Henry's not here. I used to represent them in a lifetime before with a
Great.
multi-member district, but go ahead.
It's a great district. I'm also the founder of Sophie's Crepes, which opened in Baltimore City in 2004. Since then, we have a total of 7 locations. I own the original location, and the rest are set up as franchises, so it's a developing business. I'm here to represent many of the businesses in the Govinstown Business District, but this evening, I want to speak as the owner of a small 8-person cafe. I left a 16-year career in finance to follow my heart and open a business that I thought would benefit the community as well as provide a service that I loved. It was certainly not for money, and mostly a huge risk of time and material on my part. Sophie's is a successful business, loved by the community, and has been open for 14 years. In a really good year, I clear $40,000. I have employed hundreds of students from the surrounding colleges, and I have worked very hard to create a code of honesty, integrity, community, and nurture the employees in a creative educational environment. I have conveyed to each of these working students that working in a small startup business is better than any course they could ever get at the colleges they attend. If the minimum wage bill were to pass, it would be impossible for me to operate as we stand at this time. There are simply no margins to accommodate a 50% rise in wages, which currently represent 33% of my overall costs. Our product cannot command a price increase that would adequately supplement the difference. We are usually a 2-person operation, and it would be impossible to cut back staffing as the responsibilities for each person are imperative. Unless I am willing to go back to the shop and work myself, which I did every day for 3 years when we first opened up, I would eventually be forced to go out of business. In the city, I have the utmost appreciation, devotion, and love for my staff and deeply wish that I could offer them greater wages. But some businesses are not designed to accommodate the expenses that are required. Entrepreneurs do not go into business for money. They go into business for the love of what they do, and often the employees get so much more than an hourly wage from working in small businesses. I'm afraid that this law could kill further development of startup companies and certainly would defer people from considering opening a startup business in Baltimore City.
Thank you. We're going to move on. Blair Middleton. I know that. Thank you, Council Vice President and Councilwoman Middleton. We'll finish it up for you guys. Blair Middleton.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Middleton had to leave.
Okay. Lois Compton. Lewis Compton, I'm sorry. Okay, you're Lewis.
Yes, sir, Lewis.
All right, I know Paul Britannia is left. Lewis, you're here. How about Ellen Valentino? Ellen Valentino, did you stick it out?
She's here. Ellen.
She sticks it out. She hides back there. And Kirk McCauley. Is Kirk here?
He's here as well.
He's here as well. All right, guys. This is the last one.
Ladies first.
Ladies first. Good evening. My name's Ellen Valentino. I'm here today representing.
Speak out of your speaker. You always yell at me, so you can pull that out and yell at. No, pull the microphone
all right,
out, Ellen.
good
No.
evening.
Pull it out and hold your hand.
The whole thing? Hold it in my hand.
Yes,
okay,
pull it out.
good.
Yeah,
My name is
Speak
Ellen
loudly.
Valentino. I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors. So they're like the owners of the convenience stores, franchisees that operate here in Baltimore City, and we are here in opposition. And I know that you've heard a lot from some historic businesses here in the city about the impact this is going to have on their current establishments and going forward. I just would like to focus something that I don't think we've focused on yet, and that is the Wage Commission that is encompassed within the legislation. It's pretty aggressive with respect to its impact on businesses. And I think if you go forward, and again, we are in opposition, there needs to be really some serious look at that commission and the fairness and impact in which is laid out on the business community. It is not balanced, and the commission then is given some tremendous enforcement duties and responsibilities that include the ability to subpoena, issue subpoenas.
That's been in the law forever.
This wage commission, with respect to the way it is outlined now, it is very imbalanced, Councilwoman.
Well, I'm just saying that the subpoena issue you raised was, they've always had it. It's
Give me the
moved-
microphone, Councilwoman.
Yeah.
I mean, not to get into a debate about it.
No,
Most of the wage commission is language that's been in the law, and
Right.
the subpoena is in caps because it got moved from one part of the law to another. But the meaning didn't change, the
Right.
power didn't change.
Right.
But, I mean, so most of what's in about the wage commission is existing law, and, you know, it's been the law for a long time, but there's some new language, and those in caps.
Yeah, and on that's the language I'm referring to. And I think if you look at the very specifics of the wage commission, we have grave concern about it. So in closing, know that we
Thank you
stand
for
in
closing.
opposition. And thank you.
No, you done good, Miss Valentino. You done good. You done. Yeah, you always hide back in that corner back. I don't see you. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Louis.
For the record, Louis Campion, Maryland Motor Truck Association. We represent about 1,100 trucking companies and their suppliers around the state, about 250 of which are actually located in Baltimore City. You called Blair Middleton earlier from Middleton and Meads. He's a repair facility, one of my members actually, and he has some written testimony I do encourage you to take a look at, because he tells a story about how they've got a 100-year business in Baltimore City, and they basically, less than 2 years ago, hire a gentleman right out of high school with very few skills at $10 an hour, and over the course of less than 2 years, now that gentleman's a certified diesel mechanic, making almost double that. And when they first hired him, he was picking up trash. And that opportunity doesn't exist if you look at Blair's testimony at $15 an hour as an opportunity for a young worker to really grow in a position with a marketable skill. I'll focus very narrowly on the impact on the trucking community, and we are overwhelmingly not minimum wage occupation. I mean, if you're paying a truck driver minimum wage, you're not going to have a truck driver. But where we have a lot of concerns about this legislation actually is that we use a tremendous number of independent contractors in the industry, particularly around the Port of Baltimore. Over 50% of the truck drivers that go into the Port of Baltimore are independent contractors. And if you look at the definition of an employee in this bill, it very much blurs the relationship between whether someone could be considered an employee if in fact they're an independent contractor. In state law, we actually have very clear exemptions in workers' compensation and in unemployment insurance, recognizing truck owners as independent contractors if they have a lease agreement with a trucking company. And I'd encourage you to take a look at that as it pertains to the city minimum wage bill. The other piece is that state and local minimum wage laws have a devastating effect on interstate trucking operations. And why is that? Is because we're mobile. That's what we do, is we cross multiple jurisdictions all the time. And Congress recognized back in 1994, actually, that it preempted states from imposing certain labor laws in areas like meal breaks and rest breaks and the like on interstate truck drivers because the patchwork of rules and regulations is impossible to follow. Right now, they actually are debating in the F4A authorization bill in Congress that same piece with regards to state minimum wage laws and local minimum wage laws and whether they can be applied to interstate trucking community. So to that end, you know, we have a lot of concerns. We are exempt, for example, from overtime laws because they are state level under FLSA. And that's because interstate truck drivers, you know, to figure out what Well, I work some of my hours in California, I work some of my hours in Maryland, I work some of my hours in Nevada, I work some of my hours in Virginia. How do I determine what do I fall under? So recognizing the challenge that patchwork creates, I just encourage you to take a very close look at the impact on unintended consequences on the interstate truck driving community and the goods movement in the state.
Didn't realize that. Good point.
Can I?
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Clark had a comment.
Yeah, we got your letter,
Thank you.
and we read it, and we'd like to work with you.
Thank you.
I think that it is an unintended consequence, and that we would like to work with you to, so we see
Thank you,
what's-
Councilwoman.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
thank you.
My name is Kurt McCauley. I represent service stations, convenience stores, and repair facilities in the city of Baltimore and all of Maryland.
What's
Tra-
service stations?
Service stations. That's right. Traffic flows across Baltimore and out into Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, and people really don't even know what county they're in, and they don't care.
Really?
They just look for the cheapest price of gas and a place to buy a cold soda and a good cup of coffee, maybe a clean bathroom. So you got to search around. But one thing you don't search for is county lines. And the problem with service stations is we're required by state law to put the lowest price of our gas on the street. So if we have a station here in Baltimore City and a station 100 feet over in Baltimore County, guess who's going to go out of business if he tries to raise his prices? He can't. He's got to keep his prices the same, even though he's paying about 60% more in labor, not 50% more, because it's a $5 increase over the 10-something that would be, plus about 20% of workman's comp and FICA. So it's a little bit more than people are looking at. We don't want to not hire summer workers. Half of my friends right now are kids that I hired when I was in business. My son worked on a station when he was young. It's a rite of passage. It's called training. It's called entry-level employee. They learn skills, and I'm not talking about skills that are really high skills, but they're skills about talking to people, learning how to handle money, how to be at work on time, how to be responsible, and they go on. It's a pass-through. All it is a training facility, and it just can't work when you're paying someone $15 an hour. That's $31,200 a year for a trainee. That just don't make sense. And that's before the 20%. So by the time you put a FICA and my workman's comp in it, now we're talking about $37,440.
For that $15
you cannot afford
an hour
a trainee
employee.
for that.
For that $15 an hour employee.
With a $15 an hour.
Entry
and
level.
At that entry level would be $37,440 is what that employee would cost the employer without health insurance or any other benefits. That's a pretty steep level there. It takes that whole thing, and the people we train are local neighborhood kids most of the time. They come right from that. They walk to work. And in Baltimore City, that's really going to hurt because we're going to lose that ability to train the young people, to run people work, and go on. Their jobs were never meant to be permanent jobs to start with.
Kirk,
The other
I'm running
thing that
out of
bothers
gas,
me-
so wind it up.
The other thing that bothers me with this bill is I think Ellen mentioned the subpoenas, but you can contract community organizations to investigate, monitor, and provide other enforcement initiatives. Now, what are other enforcement initiatives? Are they going to come in and say, I want to look at your books? Maybe I'd like to start a gas station. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Please give this bill an unfavorable report.
Okay.
And y'all have my written, and thank you.
Yes, we got it. Okay, thank you. All right, hold on. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Simone Hicks. Simone not here. Katrina Johnson? Susan Clark? She spoke. How about Antonio Dow? Huh? All right. Maria?
I'm filling in for somebody, yeah.
Go ahead. Good. What's your name, sir?
Ian Schlackman.
Who are you filling in for?
Oh,
Go
good.
on.
Even better.
Even? I got you. Yeah. Yes. You got another one there? Just identify yourselves, please.
I'm sorry.
We'll get to you. Just tell us your name. Go ahead, lead it off. Just
Good
tell us your name.
evening. Good evening. My name is Simone Hicks.
Okay.
I'm a floor technician at Johns Hopkins Hospital and a
Okay.
member of 1199 SEIU. I've worked at Johns Hopkins for 5 years, and I make just under 12 per hour. Even though I'm working full-time, I've lived in the shelter system for at least 6 years. I'm lucky to be at Project Place in that facility, but I'm working toward getting my own place. It's nothing like having your own. But no one who works full-time should be homeless, period. At Project Place, we give 75% of what we make for food and shelter. There's not a lot left over, and I'm trying, when I'm trying to afford somewhere else decent to live. I want to live in my own place. I work very hard. You want to know that something is your own. I want to buy my own food and make my own choices. At Project Place, we have to go by rules. For example, we have to be in at 10 or else we get put out. Making 15 per hour would help me put away for more, and then I could get the opportunity at least getting a house. I just want to have a better life for myself. My coworkers and I, we're all going through a lot at Johns Hopkins. A lot of us cannot afford a decent living because of what we make. My coworkers are struggling to keep their homes. We need to earn a decent wage so we can hold on to what we've worked for all our lives. We work our butts off there, and we are not seeing the value of our work. Hopkins is supposed to be a #1 institution, but they're putting up all these new buildings, and they don't even pay the taxes. You have money for all of this. Why can you not pay us enough to live on?
Okay.
What's your job?
I'm a floor technician.
A floor technician?
Mm-hmm.
What's that goes in and takes vitals?
Yeah, I clean the floors.
Oh, I thought you meant you were a technician because the nurses have techs that.
Right.
Directly for Hopkins Hospital?
Yes.
Health systems?
Yes, ma'am.
Health systems?
Yeah.
Well, Johns Hopkins Hospital.
Okay, and so what is your, so what are you earning? Well, I mean, not what you're earning, but what's up? What's the rate of pay?
12.
Okay. Right. Let's move on, Council Lady.
Yeah.
Next. I hate to be rushing you, but.
No,
sorry.
that's cool.
I know you stayed the whole time. Thank you.
Yes.
You want to submit written testimony? You want to submit that?
Yes, please.
Sure. Is your name on there too? Do we know who it's from?
Hicks, yes.
Okay.
Simone Hicks.
Okay.
Where are you living in? Down in, over on Frederick Road? Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Simone. And we have next.
How you doing? My name is Kiara Scott.
All right.
Thank you for listening, first off. I've been here for some time. First off, again, Kiara Scott. I am 25 years old. I'm from Baltimore, born and bred, born at Mercy. I have worked since I was 14, 15 years old. I've continued to work even until this day. I work 2 full-time jobs and a part-time. I work at Sinai Hospital. However, I am an operator for LifeBridge itself. LifeBridge is Sinai, Northwest, Carroll Hospital, Levendale, and all other entities that have been built, remodeled, and now we work for them. We answer for all of LifeBridge. Thank you for calling Sinai Hospital. This is Kiera, 11 to 7, 5 days a week. I work at a Digestive Disease Associates, which is a gastroenterology clinic over in Catonsville. I work that 40 hours a week as well. I also work on the weekends. I have no problem with having a job. I have no problem working and finding the education and move forward. However, how can I move forward if I'm working? When do I sleep? At this point, at this moment in time, I'm on my way to work 11 to 7. I just got off at 4:30. I work. I don't have government assistance. I don't qualify for it. I don't have FAFSA. I don't qualify for it. I don't have the time for FAFSA. I don't have the time to go to Towson University. Am I accepted? Absolutely. Am I able? No. So when someone says, oh, they don't want to excel, they don't have the push, the drive, the want. I have everything. I deserve to be able to go to school. I deserve to be a clinical psychologist. I deserve to move forward. However, I cannot. I don't live at home. I'm not your average 25-year-old. I have my own everything. Since the age of 16, since being left here to fend for myself when my mother moved to Atlanta. At the end of the day, it's not about us being in poverty because we want to be. I don't walk the streets of Baltimore because I just want to see the rats in the street and I want to work at Popeyes or I want to work at any Dave Cole restaurant. I don't want to do that. That's not my American dream. It's not it. I don't want to do those things. I want to be great, but I can't be great without the opportunity. I have a 2-bedroom house, front yard, backyard. I maintain everything my own. Car almost paid for, but that's because I work my butt off every day. Every day, weekends. I work Sinai by myself overnights. By myself, I don't get a break. I can't go pee. And excuse my language, but I can't do that. I don't even get a lunch break. I work, and I don't understand how anyone cannot think that raising this minimum wage to $15 is not helpful to employees. I'm angry because I work so much. I am tired. And no one sees the bags under my eyes, and no one sees that I'm helping my mother and that she also works in healthcare for the homeless. So we're not just walking around penny pinching because we want to. We have to. We live in this. I don't see anyone else making the big bucks living off of minimum wage, $10 an hour. I don't see it. I see you rolling around with your custom-made shoes and tailored suits. I see you rolling around in nice cars. You earned them, for sure. But did you walk in my shoes to do it? My lights cut off. I can't afford BGE. Can't afford food. I eat ramen noodles. I don't know what you eat every night. Tilapia over a bit of rice. I'm sorry. I don't have that luxury. I work. I barely get to eat. I barely get to sleep because I'm trying to sustain a lifestyle that I'm barely even living. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I want to thank the whole committee. My testimony is extremely boring, so I apologize for that. But I am so glad that to be on this panel where you did an excellent job of putting some of those myths to rest that I
Make
think
sure
we
you
heard in
identify
some
yourself first.
previous panels. Thank you, sorry. I'm Ian Schlackman. I'm a resident of District 12, and I'm here today in support of the proposed $15 an hour bill. I'm a small business owner from the Station North, Midtown Belvedere area of Baltimore. My wife and I have a small business that does tech consulting for schools and startups in Baltimore. I'm also a fellow with the Institute for Policy Studies, where my cohorts and myself studied new economic policy and how it can help make a brighter, more vibrant local economy for Baltimore. Apologize that I'm reading this. I want to make sure I get all the technical details right. Many opponents to a $15 an hour minimum wage increase cite concerns of job loss as a major reason to oppose it. Opponents say specifically the food and beverage industry will be hard hit by any increase in minimum wage. But now the data is in, specifically from Seattle, and I want to share a little bit about that with you. The results are extremely positive. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis has crunched the numbers on the restaurant industry, and thousands of jobs have been added to the Seattle area in the past year. We now have over a year's worth of data that shows the immediate effect of $15 per hour legislation, and we're seeing an increase in jobs there, not a decline. Cornell School of Hospitality has also reported on and published their own study about minimum wage increases and the restaurant industry. I think the resulting paper from Cornell's Dr. Michael Lin, titled, "Have Minimum Wage Increases Hurt the Restaurant Industry? The Evidence Says No," speaks for itself. I encourage you all to take a look at the findings, and I'd be happy to give you a written copy here. The fiscally conservative Forbes magazine has also reported on the new economic data out of Seattle, writing, "Seattle food jobs soar after $11 minimum wage starts," which is Seattle's first step in their $15 an hour minimum wage law. Our first step will just be $10 an hour. So if we follow the data on this, we have nothing to fear except possible job growth. Now that we have more data to look to from examples in other cities, it's past time where we here in Baltimore take action on our own path to 15. This bill is not perfect, but the stability it brings to our hardworking and most vulnerable workers, minimum wage workers, makes it of the utmost importance that it get passed, and it get passed quickly as possible. I thank you all for your time and consideration, and I urge you to support this bill and get it passed ASAP.
Did you want to submit written testimony?
Absolutely.
It's already submitted. All right.
Yes, I have.
All right.
I have several copies here I could submit. Yeah.
Thank you all.
What is your last, no, wait a minute, I got this guy. Yeah.
No, 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 we're not going to work. Come down,
Okay,
come
no,
down,
we're
come
good.
down.
What's your last name?
Schlackman. Schlackman.
Like it sounds?
SCHLAKMAN.
right.
It's on the testimony.
Right. Jason?
All right, Jason.
All right. We got, listen up now. We're getting close. Ken Gore?
Yeah, there you go.
Ken Gore, come up.
All right. Share that.
And Tosif Zamanini. Tosif? No, hold on a second. I want to get one more up there. Ken's here. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. Tosif? Yes. Oh, okay. Have a seat. This is from the list of the signers. Oh, we're done the panels. Anyone want to start us off? Start us off.
Yeah, hi. My
There
name
might be some pro and con on the same panel here, but that's all right.
That's it.
Go ahead.
Got it. All right. My name's Ken Gore. I'm the owner of Lord Baltimore Uniform in Highlandtown. I have 80 full-time employees. I have kind of a unique position on this thing that I sent Councilwoman Clark. I sent you an email about today, which I think what's going to happen here is you guys are going to do what you want to do with this bill. You're going to pass it or whatever. I think you ought to consider maybe 2024 instead of 2020. Los Angeles is 2021. Los Angeles also allows businesses like Lord Baltimore Uniform to offset their contribution on the health insurance that they pay for their employees against this $15 an hour. It just, I think it's going to happen anyway, but it's a pretty big shock. We don't believe in minimum wage at Lord Baltimore Uniform. I don't believe in minimum wage. I do not believe in minimum wage. All the people at Lord Baltimore, we start them at 10. Most of them are from $12 to $14 an hour that work putting a shirt on a hanger, folding a towel. That's kind of where we are. So we're going to get to the 15 probably before you guys do. But what's going to happen? Our 401k is probably going to go away. Our paid company breaks that we do during the day, they work 8 hours, they work 7.5 hours, they get paid for 8. That's probably going to go away. So some other things, there are some things that are going to have to shift around, which is fine. But I just want you to consider maybe doing what LA or some of these other cities did by bumping it back a couple of years to let us absorb this, because it's not going to be a big deal for us to get to it. But some of these guys that actually are doing minimum wage, it is going to be a big leap for them. I think we should get there. The question is how fast.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Jason?
Good evening. My name is Jason Rodriguez. I represent the second largest Metro PCS franchise in Baltimore City as far as customer base is concerned. It's only 2 stores, but we have the second largest customer base. I currently employ 4 employees from the community, including myself, who lives in Beachfield, right around the corner from one of my locations. We've heard a lot of different arguments tonight, and I'm not exactly sure if maybe possibly we need to look
Microphone
at a
close to-
different,
yeah.
that we may need to look at maybe a different tier level system, because I definitely support the healthcare workers. I just recently, our family had to make the decision to put our grandmother into a full living assistant facility on Wilkins Avenue. And we understand the need for that type of services for our elders as they get older in their golden years. They need that quality of life. And we do see that the facility that we were looking at for our grandmother and looking at other facilities, that a lot of these facilities really seem to be underfunded, undermanaged, underrun, and the staff members definitely seem to be overwhelmed with the amount of work. They're not being appreciated in that level. But this is a state issue because, again, we know that my grandmother's Social Security pays for these services, and her Social Security is only going to pay but so much. And so where do we get the additional funding to be able to support our healthcare workers is going to be something that you're going to have to fight at the state and even in some cases at the federal level to be able to assist with making sure that our healthcare workers are better compensated. I'm in support of that. But where I see that this bill is going to be detrimental to our community is in youth employment. Because I'm not going to take a risk as a business operator of bringing someone in that has, adolescence, no skill set, this is their first employment, at $15 an hour and take a chance of making that investment in someone that's still in school, has to, adhere to child labor laws. This is going to be difficult for me. Right now, I would love to bring in more youth into my business. As a cell phone provider, the youth know the technology a lot better. One of the things that I'd really like to do is bring in a young man or woman after school to be able to help and sit down and just troubleshoot with some of our senior members. I have 2 living assistant buildings right around the corner, and I'd like to be able to bring in some youth to be able to provide some opportunity, but I can't do that under the current minimum wage and under the current business environment in general, because I also have to make sure that workers' compensation, insurance, and other needs are provided to this employee. So again, I'm not going to take the chance that someone, again, that may be high risk to my business, I'm going to try to get the best qualified candidate to do so. Something really quick.
Good, you must be
You
reading
guys
my
don't
mind.
realize that a lot of your industries in Baltimore City are dealing with a commoditized market. You just had some folks come in here from Daveco. You have a lot of businesses that are heavily saturated in Baltimore. A commoditized market means that you're in a business that there are similar services and everyone is basically discounting the services to provide those services to the public. So for instance, you have CVS's everywhere, you have Rite Aids everywhere, you have Walgreens everywhere. So each one of them have to compete heavily against each other to be able to win that customer over. So that means the margins are smaller. You have fast food restaurants everywhere. You have cell phone businesses everywhere. So that means that the margins for my business are very small. So for me to take a hit at $15 an hour and not to be able to bring somebody in at maybe an introductory wage and work with them and train them and get them up to par, and if they earn it, then to be able to accelerate them into a pay that I feel is more reasonable and is also beneficial to the business operator as well as the employee. These are the things that we need to look at, because if we don't, what's going to happen is you're going to choke the life force, the little bit of 3 to 5% that I sit there and I watch my computers and I'm constantly trying to make sure that my labor, my cost in my business, my insurance, my energy, everything is kept at minimum so that I can keep within that 3%, 5% margin every year. I'm not going to be able to control that. I'm not going to be able to control that if I cannot bring in employees at that introductory level to be able to get them up to par. Now, my employees do not make minimum wage. We have decided that once the state had decided to go to 1010, that we decided to go way above 1010, and we still pay a sales commission for our employees. Right now, we are barely making it doing that. We are struggling. We're finding other ways to try to cut costs and do the best that we can. We got into a BG&E energy program that's coming in and retroughing our lights to help us save energy. We're doing the things that we can to make sure that our bottom line is as fine as it can be so that we can better compensate and take care of our employees on our own. But if that burden is placed on us and forced on us as a business, we would not be able to operate under those conditions. There's just no way that we can operate under those conditions.
All right, I can't operate in. I gotta move on.
Well,
You done good. You done good. Yes, I'm sorry. This is Tosif.
Yes, sir. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you.
Thank you for giving me
Right.
opportunity.
Right.
My name is Tosif Sinjani.
Speak. Hold the microphone right to you. And
My
speak
name
loudly.
is good now?
That's good.
Okay. My name is Tosif Sinjani, and I actually am a franchisee of the 7-Eleven store. And most of the franchisee of the 7-Eleven, in this entire city in the Baltimore is the stores are the franchisee basically. And the thing is that when, we are love to serve the like a neighborhood, each and everything, whatever it is, but the problem is right now, I'm going with like a very short, like I'd want to give the opportunity to the other peoples too also, because at this circumstances, like when the minimum wage is going high, like $15, it's very hard to live for this, especially with the peoples who are investor over here. And as an investor, I don't understand what the feasibility is you guys make it like increase the minimum wage for $15, and what is the beyond your imagination is coming behind that one. What is like you make a feasibilities properly? What is our investment? I don't mind you increase the minimum wage like $15, but you have to let us know where is our investment. If we are not making the money, how we can bring the employees inside, like even though it's a part-time, like it's a full-time. So we are very frustrated. Most of franchisees are frustrated. We have 53 stores over here right now. And all people are discussing right now with that all things. So if the minimum wage go high like this one, which is within 5 years, it will go twice. If we imagine, if we'll go twice, so where we stand for. The second thing is, if we understand where your help desk like calling, India, like from other countries, it means they all like the high-tech peoples and other like a high level, like a big level, like we are a small businessman. Like the big businessmen, they already moved to the other countries. And most of the stuff is coming from China and other stuff, And we are not making any feasibilities right now. We are just like making like a politics over here. Instead of coming on the realistic things. We have to understand where the businessman will be stand for. It doesn't matter because the thing is that tomorrow, if we are going out of the business, it means we are going for unemployment or we are going for the bankruptcy, it will cost you more. And when people have a job over here, still you are giving the food stamps and other stuff like health insurance, and you understand where you stand for.
Okay.
So when you're considering this one, you have to consider like a properly.
We will.
And please.
Let me ask you one question. You got here, is that East Coast Spring Lane?
Yes, sir.
What, do you have a business up there?
Yeah, I have a franchisee of 7-Eleven.
An 1100 block of East Coast Spring Lane.
Second?
1100 block of East Coast Spring Lane.
1120.
In that little shopping center.
Shopping center, right.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All
sir.
right. Thank you, guys. Diane O'Donoghue? I guess O'Donoghue. Diane, is that you? Diana, I'm sorry. Hold on. We got to get you some company.
That's okay.
Brian Burkett? Brian? Gone. All right. We're going to move on to Stephen C.C. Stephen C.C.? All right. Hold on. Lee Patterson? Lee here? Hold on. Those two are done. Kathy Condante? Kathy? Braddock, come on up. I'm going to get you one more.
I didn't think I was on the list at all.
I got you down. Look at your name. And Touchstone. It's Touchstone here. I guess he just went out there. Okay, Michelle Moore. All right, that one's done. Elda Divari, Elda, is that you, Elda? Come on up. Finally got one.
Huh? After that?
All right, guys.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to submit this testimony. I will be brief. My name is Diana O'Donoghue. I work for 7-Eleven and I support our Baltimore City franchisees. And you've heard from Tusif already. But there are over 50 locations in Baltimore City of 7-Elevens, and a majority of those are small independent businesses like Tusif's. Labor costs are their number one costs, and they're deeply concerned. So on their behalf, they've submitted the president of the Baltimore Franchise Owners Association some testimony already, urging you not to increase their labor costs. And I thank you for your consideration of their testimony.
I have a question. It's
Question.
kind of-
Use the microphone, please.
It's not related to this, but it's related to something in my district. Do y'all have a law? Do you have a franchise rule that when somebody is a franchisee for a 7-Eleven, they have to stay open all night? 24/7. They've got to stay open 24/7.
I don't review our contracts. I honestly, what I have seen at the FCC disclosure, the very front page of it describes that if I believe it says in the first paragraph, something that if it's allowable by law.
Right.
I'm going to ask you to
Okay.
move on from that subject. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to.
I know. Well,
I got a case.
we got a case. Next.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, first of all.
Identify yourself, please.
Sorry. My name's Kathy Kondratic. I'm a small business owner. My business is in Highlandtown. It's a manufacturing business.
Okay.
Very small. There's only 7 of us. I have 6 employees. I've been in business for 17 years in the same location. Most of what I wanted to say has already been said tonight, so I won't review that. Basically, all of my employees start and are well above minimum wage. I get most of my people are not trained in what I do, so they're unskilled labor, I have to train them on the job training. But I do respect the fact of what they can bring in, so I usually start people around $10 an hour. And as they show me what they can do, learn more skills, they progress and get more better at what they can do. My biggest problem with this is not the $15 an hour. It is, what do I do with someone who has worked for me for 3 or 4 years and is now making $15 an hour, and I bring someone in who has no skills and he has to train them, and that person is going to make the same rate? I mean, yes, obviously, that's where the problem comes in. Morally, for me, I've cared enough about my employees to pay them more from the beginning, but I'm not a CEO of a major corporation I don't make $1 million a year. I can't just pull that extra percentage of money to keep everybody at this proportionally higher as the incoming rate. I'm wondering, what hasn't been brought up really that I've noticed is, again, the lady that was up here that worked from Johns Hopkins and made under $12 an hour. Why, as a person who employs 6 people, should I be thrown in the same pool as Johns Hopkins and be required to pay a minimum of $15 an hour? That to me is really hard to get over. Just by virtue of the fact that I've chose to have my business in the city, I have to now be in the same pool as an employer, as somebody who's a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and expect me to pay the same starting wage for an unskilled labor person as they do. I'm wondering if there's a provision or somewhere, as you work on this bill, that you can come up with a way to protect the small business owners that, make there a tiered system.
The number of employees, I think.
A number of employees.
Yeah. Hold on.
Sales and employees, maybe proportionally. Something like that, percentage of wages paid out, something. It's just, how do you justify me having to be put in the same boat as someone like that?
People working at.
I'm sorry.
Keep going. No, it's you. It's on you. It's 5 hours, though. We're getting a little
Okay,
dead.
okay, last
Right.
point I want to bring up, like I said, everything's mostly been going over, but maybe it's the late hour, I'm not even sure what time it is, maybe it's been, since I've been up since 5 a.m., but I'm really having a hard time understanding how, if everyone's wages increase across the board, start with the $15 an hour and everybody else has to go up, how are the people in the city that are struggling still not going to be struggling, because obviously all the costs are going up. The grocery owner is not going to be able to keep his groceries at the same price. The retail clothing store is not going to be able to keep their prices at the same price. Nothing is going to be at the same price. The rental unit that they're renting is going to go up because, as your finance department testified, one of the very first people, you guys are going to have to come up with an extra $60 million a year, minimally, to support the city's budget payroll that's going to increase. How does the city generate money? They don't sell anything. All they do is raise taxes. So you're going to raise property taxes. You might have a wage
Well,
tax.
we're lowering property taxes right now.
Well,
Not
point
by
is,
much, but we are
you've got to come up with
under
$60
Mayor
million
Owen's break, we are
according to your own
lowering.
finance department.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to ask you to.
everything goes up.
Okay.
Sorry. I mean,
Right,
that's,
no, you made your point. I understand.
I just wonder how,
you would like to see carve-outs for small businesses for the number of employees or the volume of business that they do. I got it.
Yes.
Hold on,
Thank you.
no, we're moving on, no. Oh, what's your business?
It's a powder coating business, which not many people know what that is.
What's it called?
Powder coating. Basically it's a baked on finish. Consider it like a paint, but it's more durable. I do a lot of railings. I've done city signs. I've done work for the aquarium.
Do you
Science Center.
decks or steps and decks?
It has to be on metal.
Okay. All right.
It's all railings and that type of thing.
Right.
I do work for
Where's your business located?
in Highland Town.
Okay.
In Highland Town. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Elda DiVeri. And,
What's your name?
Elda DiVeri.
Okay.
I have an importing and distribution company in the food industry. It's mainly the kind of business that it's dominated by men, so I'm one of the few ladies that owns that type of business and that does that here in the state of Maryland. I came to this country in 1987. As an immigrant, I was following my husband's career and sacrificed mine to follow his. He was a military gentleman. He decided to leave me and my 3.5-year-old son here in Maryland with no family and very little income at the time. He went bankrupt and asked me if I wanted to follow him, and I decided not to. That's not the way my parents taught me. I worked 7 days a week in those days, still do to this day, to fulfill my dream of working and providing for myself and my family. In that endeavor, a lot of people helped me. They saw something in me. They saw that I wanted to thrive and do more, and I wasn't afraid of being in a man's world, working in the food industry and showing that a lady could do it. I learned to drive trucks. I learned to deliver products. I bought and sell products to the little stores here in town, also in Washington, D.C. and in Virginia. So I know how to drive around the city and go to the ugliest places that many people don't want to go and make deliveries, and for me to do it myself, okay? After 26 years in business, my business has grown, thank God, with the grace of God and so many people that gave us an opportunity. I came to Baltimore in 2011 following my dream. I moved from PG County here, my company, and I did it because I could no longer afford the cost of rent and the triple net that PG County had for me. So in one of those moments of bravery that you say, oh my God, what am I gonna do? I need a bigger warehouse. I need to find a place where I can take my employees and I can take care of them the way I've been doing it for 26 years. I found this place in Baltimore. I came on a Sunday in a rainy day trying to figure out where was I, because I had never been in that part of town, and trying to figure out if it was gonna be a good place for us. I brought all my employees over. I showed them the place.
How many employees do you have?
I'm sorry, sir?
How many employees do you have?
We have 98 employees.
98?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What's the name of your
What's the name of your company?
My company name is EMD Sales. We are-
EMD Sales?
EMD Sales,
Okay.
yes, sir.
All right.
So when I found this location in Baltimore City, the first thing for me was to look at it and say, oh my God, I can have bathrooms for everybody, right? Oh my goodness, I have office space. I'm gonna have a lunchroom. I can dream the dream. I can really move from PG County, 53,000 square feet over there, to 153,000 here in Baltimore City. I was gonna be able to afford something like that so I can increase my size and compete with the big guys. Okay? I compete against companies that are billion-dollar companies. So like you, I ask myself, how am I gonna make it every day? Am I gonna be able to make payroll? Am I gonna be able to pay my rent? Am I gonna be able to pay my insurance, right? All of the things that have been imposed on us, we have found ways of cutting costs within the business without hurting my employees. Not a single employee has been let go because of increasing cost of insurance or anything like that. I promised my employees that if we all had to get pay cuts, so we could make it, I would do it. And I have fulfilled that promise ever since. I took the leap of faith to come to Baltimore City. I took an SBA loan. I also moved a lot of my employees from the PG line into the city. We have now about 12 to 15 employees that live here in the city that didn't live here before. So I'm trying to bring more families here.
Elda, I need you to wind up.
I'm sorry, sir. I have
Thank you.
increased my transportation cost. I have done so many things to come to the city to work, and I've only been here 5 years as your neighbor. And my intention is to have that lease stayed here for 10 plus 10 years. My intention was to be here for 20 years at least, save some money, increase my company, what I make, and then try to find a building that I can afford so I can be here and I can give more jobs. So you see, from a one-lady operation that was left in this city, in this state all by herself, I have built this with hard work and effort and honesty and all the positive things that we all bring to our businesses.
Okay.
I want to stay in Baltimore. I don't want to go anywhere else.
We want you to stay.
But your $15 an
Except I
hour,
want you to wind up right now.
but your $15 an hour is going to hurt me greatly. I have
All right.
the same issues that everybody else has, and I want to stay here with you. So please help me out, okay?
Okay, Elda, thank you for your comments. All right, Ginny Lawhern? Ginny gone? Hold on, no, only wants to sign in. Hold on. Lucia Islas? Lucia's gone? Hosea Chu?
Oh, stop.
Did you want to have first of all, I want to thank Councilman Costello, Councilman Scott for staying for the duration, and staff, Steffi Murdoch. God, this is his. Megan Hardy, Ashley Chung, and Kara Kuntz, to Paul Nibber, and this young gentleman that wants to be on this council next year for staying here tonight. Andy Smullian, thank you for staying. With that, this closes the hearing of the Labor Committee. We will announce work session sometime in the near future.